It is not.
Spin them up, we're ready to go. Okay.
Cooling, right? There we go.
Now we're good.
We on then?
We should.
Test, we got it, all right.
All right.
Good morning. I'm Bill Kanda, Custer County Chairman of the Board of Commissioners. Today is Thursday, January 23rd, 2025. And we're starting this meeting at 9:05 approximately. So if you have cell phones, silence them if you can. I'll do the same thing. And speak up loudly when you're talking. This room's a little bit deep, but and let us know if you can't hear us, and we'll raise our volume too. Just kind of. So I call this meeting to order. Pledge allegiance. Let's stand for that, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please sit for the call and go ahead for the invocation.
Dear Heavenly, please bow your head. Dear Heavenly Father, we gather here this morning in order to conduct the business of the county. Please guide us and give us direction, and let us remember that we're here to serve, and we do this in your holy name. Amen.
Amen. Roll call.
Commissioner Kanda.
Here.
Commissioner F.
Present.
Commissioner Vogelsong.
Here.
And County Attorney Dan Slater.
Here.
Clerk to the Board Kelly Camper present.
Okay, audience introductions. Let's start over here.
BOCC admin, Oklahoma.
John Mapes, Custer County IT. Don Kitchen, Veteran Service Officer.
Jim Sheckland.
Kathy Griffin.
Jerry Peters.
Back row.
Brad Balsley, County Coroner.
Mikia Phillips, Deputy Coroner.
Herb Covert.
Bob Smith, Custer County Human Resources.
Okay, thank you. That's everybody in the room. Who's online? How many? Seven on? Okay, if sure you want to, if you have names, if they do, let's.
Brian, Deb Adams, John Price, Brendan Bridge 1, Rob Klein, Stacy Terrell, and Terry Munson.
Okay, thanks. Okay, and if there's anybody else that comes online, we'll ask for a name first anyway, so that would be great. All right, thank you. Amend the agenda.
Any amendments? The sheriff's is going to be a written report. He is at a conference this week. ITs and finance will both be written. Both Lisa Haman and with Redlands and Vernon are working on end of year stuff. So they're momentarily deposed. Probably better business coming here, so.
Okay, so how many vocal reports do we have?
So the veterans will be, not be just written only, they'll be in person, the treasurer, the coroner, and human resources. Otherwise, the rest are all written.
Okay, did we get all the reports, Caitlin, or?
They should be,
Okay, and they will be posted online just so the public knows. I was thinking about this. Should we summarize what we read or take a look at?
No, we should summarize what we read.
So-
And that's what I plan on doing, at least for the ones that are kind of under me, so.
Right, that's what I should do.
I'll grab the ones that were Kevin had, so,
Okay,
yeah.
perfect. Okay, any changes on the minutes? Motion on that?
No, I will make a motion to accept the minutes for January 9th, January 15th.
I second that motion.
Been moved and seconded. For January 9th and January the 15th. Any other comments on?
No.
All in favor of approving?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Commissioner items, Paul.
Nothing new. Training was good. We are present, ready to rock and roll.
You might point out, you were in what kind of training?
We went to CCI training. It's the Secretary of State's company that actually trains commissioners and does the assistance. They are people that we can call if we have any kind of a question that we do not understand. And the information we received was just about everything, how to conduct our meeting, how to ask for help with different departments in the state. And I'll let Lucas expand on who it was that offered to come
Not
help.
Secretary of State.
What was that?
It's not the Secretary of State that puts on it.
No, I said that they were representing a company, represents. The CCI is a company that represents and teaches commissioners, correct?
You said Secretary of State, so.
I said it was a company that,
Okay.
you want to read the minutes on it? Anyway, it's not the Secretary of State, it's a
Right.
company.
Secretary of State did not put it on,
that-
I just want to make that clear.
Yeah, CCI actually trains them and the commissioners, and it is not the Secretary of State. Correct, I'll get that.
Okay.
And you had some point that you wanted to make.
So CCI is made up of, I think all but 2 counties are part of that. They put together this, new commissioner training. They put on a summer conference and a winter conference. They are probably the commissioners of all the counties' largest lobbyist group to put together legislative bills in front of, senators and congressmen at the Golden Dome in Denver. So we kind of get to pick those things. They bring in speakers from, say, the BLM ground. We're going to try to get our VSO to do VSO training in the future for commissioners, but it's talking about sunshine laws. It talks about I think there was so much things, public health, they talked about finances. So they have different people from different counties that give these classes every 2 years for new commissioner, but every year there's a summer conference and a winter conference that most of us usually attend to learn what's going on with the state. Jared Polis usually comes, or the governor usually comes at the winter conference and gives his speech on what he wants to do, so, and then they allow the commissioners to ask questions of him. So it's just, it's something we pay dues to, and I can't think off the top of my head what those dues fees are, but we'll put a schedule of that together as well, because I kind of think that needs to be out there. But anyway, so Kevin and I both attended that. That was a half a day on Wednesday that we missed due to going to the Veterans Connection thing with the VSO and our Veterans Resource Officer. What?
It's okay.
Oh, Paul, sorry, I should say Bill.
I understand.
Anyway, so, yeah, so Wednesday, all day Thursday, and then half a day on Friday, so good class, a lot of information, so.
Not only do they teach things, what's good about the winter conference and the summer conference is you get to be, meeting all your commissioners, colleagues across the state, and the issues that affect us mutually, we can discuss and have, good, meetings on what's important to the counties that you might have to bring forward, which is very useful, I think.
What I'll add to that is that we had 59 new commissioners at that training. Just to let you know that it's kind of what
Also,
happened this
that's
election.
right, and the road and bridge guys get together also and look at the newest technologies, things that are affecting county roads and bridges, jobs, what they bring to the table. Very useful conference.
And one of the
Worth the money.
One of the guest speakers there was the Department of Transportation CEO, what was his title, I don't remember, but he is the director of the Department of Transportation for Arapahoe County, and they've been recognized nationwide for how they conduct their road and bridge, and so a lot of accolades on that county, so. And he also said, if you have any questions or anything that you want to put before him, just give him a call. I talked to him personally, so.
Thanks. All right, I haven't got anything new from last week. Looking forward to the airport port. Fence is going along fine, by the way. All right, attorney items. How about the admin? Nothing for us. And staff reports, veteran, BSO, you know. Morning. Reach across.
You gotta reach across this table, it's too big.
Did I just see you?
Oh, thank you. All right, start off interstate. I would like to have everybody that's given a report, say your name first.
Okay, this is Dominic Edgerton, Custer County Veteran Service Officer. If you're ready, we'll roll right into it.
Go to writing.
Okay, so days open in December. I was gone for a little bit because I had to go to Texas for a graduation, but I was in office 10 out of the 16 days that we were open. I had 39 scheduled appointments, 1 no-show, 3 home visits that were not scheduled, 11 walk-ins. I did 11 new power of attorneys. Intent to file submitted were 6. And again, that's just to help increase retro payments. New and increased claims submitted were 9. A lot of them were pretty comprehensive claims. And that's actually why I took the 30th and the 31st off, just to work on those some of those comprehensive claims. And not be interrupted in my office. Supplemental claims submitted was 8. And then high-level reviews, I just had the 1 that was in. No new IU or individual employability claims, so which brought me to the end of the year at 366 claims. 297 of those have been rated, so 81.15% of the claims that I submitted from August 1st of 23 through the end of 24. No new burial reimbursements were submitted. No new survivor benefits. But we have, 3 total. 1 was denied and 2 were awarded. No new VA debt waivers. So increase in compensation. And again, me doing my outreach is huge, and it's critical for getting those veterans in that have never filed claims before. So as of the end of 24, 84 veterans who had never filed claims, never registered at the VA. 54 of those are now service connected, so that's 64.29% of that number. And I mean, already this year, I've already got 4 new veterans in that have never filed claims and filed their first claims, and I have new people reaching out to me every day. So it's insane right now. Increased monthly compensation was just shy of $160,000. And again, that's increased. Retro payments totaling, almost 1.2 million since arriving here. And I still have one retro payment pending, and then I've got two for veteran that was retired, so he's got to do his DFAS audit. And then I've got two retro payments still pending from VA mistakes, so that'll change that number. And then one of those retro payments is 6 figures. So total increase in compensation is, at the end of the year, was at 2.4 million, just over 2.4 million, for 178 veterans that have been rated since I got here, to include widows. I did add up the numbers for out of county. There was only one change, and that was for Fremont County. And I got another individual up there up to 100%, so that increased the number up there. So a little bit over 1.7 million is coming directly into Custer County of that 2.4. And then I've gotten 32 veterans to 100% since getting here. And again, that's, tax-free dollars coming to the county, all the benefits that those veterans and their families are now enjoying. And it's, again, benefits and compensation that are earned. I'll swing around my pie chart. I'll just pass it around because I'm not trying to reach all the way around this table. It's massive. So on the side without the white block, it shows where we're at as far as all the claims that have been rated. So 74.2% are favorable. So the red slice there is most of that is mistakes on the VA's part and having to push back. So at some point that blue slice of the pie is gonna be larger than the red as I get those things flipped around. And some of them, there's 2 and 3 denials on the same claim, and I'm having to push back constantly. A lot of times stuff will go to the VA and they just rubber stamp. They'll see a previous denial and the rater will just rubber stamp. And there's no way they've had time to look at everything that I submitted and make a decision. So I always tell people, just because the VA says no does not mean no. You just got to get it on the right person's desk that's actually going to take a look at it. So again, some of those is 2 and 3 denials for the same thing, and I'm just keep pushing back until we get the desired outcome. The other side, the little gray slice of the pie, that's the pending claims. So right now, we're currently at 377 claims, and 299 of those are being rated. So there's still 20% of the claims that I've submitted since arriving here still have yet to be rated. As far as the VAG, my veteran assistance grant, again, I was awarded $30,000 for that. 10% was used for marketing. As of the end of December, we've assisted 6 veterans totaling 6,800. Marketing, I've used about $2,000, so I've still got about 1,000 left of that. And to date, I've had $3,747 reimbursed. I've got, as of today, I've got 3 more reimbursements pending. So Virginia just told me that the one for the second reimbursement for the 3,400 is coming through right now, and the other 2 are pending. So, I mean, it's not accurate. This is accurate at the end of December, but there's 21,000 still available. But that's not quite accurate. I think I'm at 18,000 right now. Charitable donations during December. I did get 3 donations totaling $1,280. So since arriving here, 7 donations totaling $4,000. Been able to assist 4 individuals at $1,400, and this is for widows and widowers. I cannot use grant money to provide for widows and widowers. So if there's a financial need for those folks and I can't get them tapped into survivor benefits of any sort, then I have those resources available to me. I found out that a widow had a stove that only 2 of the burners were working and the oven was intermittent. So I did get that large donation last month. So when I found that out, I told her to come in my office and had to pick out a stove. So that's getting delivered this morning. And the beauty is I get to use Home Depot and get tax-free military pricing and free shipping. So she's getting that this morning, which was huge. But one of those donations was from a veteran up in Fremont County. Was not getting help up in Fremont County. I assisted her. She got a $50,000 back payment. So she came down and donated $1,000 to our Widows Fund. Just wanted to pay forward. As far as outreach goes, Last month I had the American Legion meeting, I brief them every month. So we had the meeting, I give them the updates. We had the Reach Across America, but I was on leave during that time, so I missed that. I also missed the Legion auxiliary Christmas party, which I heard was a good turnout. I was there for the VFW Toys for Tots distribution. They're gonna be making a bigger push this year and have donation bins around town for Toys for Tots. I think they had 80 some kids that they were able to get toys to. There was no outreach in Wetmore in December because I was on leave. The Veterans Coffee Social was every Wednesday. We only had 3 in December because somebody scheduled Christmas on a Wednesday. And then sharing updates, I'm doing that monthly on Facebook, and then I've begun highlighting veteran-owned businesses in the county on Facebook as well. Upcoming stuff, we had the Legion meeting, which was canceled due to weather, so that was just all paper. I did the Wetmore Walking Clinic already on the 9th, and then we already had our quarterly veteran-centric roundtable, which since you kind of already talked about it, I'm gonna touch on that real quick. So we did talk about CCI conference and me having a presence there. I have briefed there before. I've attended that twice, the summer one up in Vail. The first time I was there as a state VSO, we were just there as a vendor, which made absolutely 0 sense for us to be there as a vendor. County commissioners have no clue on what their VSOs are supposed to be doing. So I advocated. The following year, we had the speaking part, so we were actually able to educate some of the county commissioners that attended. I think it was a breakout sessions, but so we were able to brief some of the county commissioners of what a VSO is supposed to be doing and how it impacts the county. I am going to be working closely with Bruce Cowan, who's the director of the Colorado Division of Veterans Affairs, to try and change the culture across the state. And he alluded to the fact that some of our VSOs in this state don't even know how to turn the computer on. And they're supposed to be the subject matter experts in the county, educating veterans and the families on their benefits, and helping them with their claims. They're also supposed to be the subject matter experts and educating the county commissioners on the impact that they're having. 64 counties in the state, and only 4 counties report their metrics back to their county commissioners, which is unacceptable. Yeah, it's pretty sad. So I'll tell you this: Mesa County, Custer County, go shocker. El Paso County, and again, they've got the largest number of veterans, so again, shocker. And then Arapahoe County, which is where the Rocky Mountain Regional VA Hospital is, again, shocker. All those other counties don't track their metrics. They can't show how effective they are in their counties. And county commissioners have no clue on what they're doing, how their VSO impacts the county, so.
So they're certifying them anyway.
Well, so county VSOs are hired by county commissioners because they're mandated. Every county is mandated to have a county VSO via state legislation, but county commissioners have no clue what a VSO is supposed to be doing. They just know they've got to have one. So they're hiring folks part-time that are not well-versed, don't take the time to educate themselves, but those are the folks that are supposed to be helping veterans. And the sad part is they're veterans. So veterans are supposed to be helping veterans, and they're not educating themselves and not getting the job done. So we're making a bigger push to change the culture across the state.
So the leadership above you should be doing that. Are they doing it? Why aren't they paying attention?
They are. So, but county VSOs are hired by.
You to do it.
Well, but county VSOs are hired by county commissioners, not state.
I know.
So state can go in and say, well, you're supposed to be doing X, Y, and Z,
Yeah.
but they don't hire and fire.
Well, I understand that, but
Right.
there ought to be somebody noticing and asking the questions.
We are.
You are.
Mm-hmm. We are.
And we haven't had a problem here, but that surprises me that the other counties are getting away with it. They're not doing their job.
But again, county commissioners have no clue, and these VSOs have no FaceTime with their commissioners. None. So, I mean, how are county commissioners supposed to hold folks accountable when you have no FaceTime and you have no idea what they're supposed to be doing, and there's no report showing how effective they're being or not being?
It's a good thing to get going in CTS.
Yeah, so I did talk to Kelly Fleming in their executive director to get it as part of the new commissioner training, so.
But we are making strides to try and change the culture. And since I came on board with the state in 2022, I mean, there was no training plan. We created a training plan. We rolled that out beginning of 2023. But again, and it's like Bruce Cowan said at the roundtable, you can have 8 people come to training, get trained, and all 8 of them go off and do different things. But there needs to be a standard, and I've been pushing for a standardized way of operating and assisting veterans. So with Mount Carmel and the Division of Veterans Affairs for the state, Custer County is the model county for the entire state. So what we're doing here is trying to be mirrored across the entire state. So Mount Carmel is trying to place one of their Veterans Resource Officers with a VSO, and they're using Custer County as an example. And then Bruce Cowan is using Custer County as an example for the rest of the state with all the VSOs because of what we're accomplishing here.
Well, that's a
So-
good idea, because that roundtable that we had last week was great.
Mhm.
Yeah. And that needs to be done in all.
It's not- But, and I agree, but you can't get VSOs to meet with their county commissioners, so how are we gonna get them to have a veteran-centric roundtable as well? I mean,
Yeah, I got a couple quick questions.
Okay.
Tax deductions, you said charitable donations, are you giving them a form so they can claim it on their taxes, that kind of?
I do give them a receipt, if I offer them a receipt,
It's,
yep, I get them, so
you've got to
when
put
I,
on their taxes, and they
when I
know
get-
that, right?
yep, when I get the donation, I take it over to Virginia, get a receipt, and I give them the receipt, and they know they can deduct it for taxes.
The other thing is, you have 9 other counties in the state of California that you're working with. Are you still taking on new stuff? See, that's the
No,
problem.
I'm not.
We're a model county and
I'm
everybody's
not.
taking advantage of it now.
It's the surrounding counties, so Chaffee,
Right, Delta County,
Yeah,
you said you had
Huerfano.
one, Douglas.
yep, those, some of those I was working with
Mason.
prior to coming here,
Oh.
so this is fallout, and then some were, they're from here, but they're in other places, or it's, hey, my son is here, my brother's here, so now I've cut it off. So unless you're in the surrounding counties, so Chaffee, Fremont, Huerfano, Saguache, Pueblo, I'll even take some of El Paso, I'll take some of their overflow, but that's it. Anybody else that I wasn't already currently working with outside of that, if they come into me, sorry, I can't, my caseload's ridiculous. So,
Well, maybe we need to write.
I hate to be that- I hate to be that person that says no, but yeah, it's got to that point where I've had to start saying no.
And that's why I had him start tracking those metrics for outside of our county. Who's he helping? What's his caseload look like?
Maybe we ought to write a letter to the commissioners in those counties.
I was gonna say that.
Yeah, I think that.
Oh, but
That'll help.
those are just the ones being rated.
Yeah, right.
I'm still working with some that are in those other counties,
Well,
trying to
it's
get them
tough,
finished,
right?
but. Yeah, but I've had to cut it off. I mean, and now what's happening is if I get veterans reaching out to me from those other counties, and all the VSOs were warned at that September training, I said, if I get a veteran reaching out to me from your county, my first question is gonna be, have you talked to your county VSO? And if the answer is yes, why are you not working with them? When they tell me, and if it's,
Well,
an adverse
let me know,
response,
we can
then,
call them, or we can do something to
yep.
help.
But the problem is that the veterans are not going back and talking to their county commissioners as well. Like, if you're not going back to your county commissioners, let them know your VSO is not doing what they're supposed to do, how are they supposed to do? How are they supposed to change anything? So that's
Maybe
the
we can help
conversation.
by
I'm
you
having.
getting us a name and a number, and we'll call the commissioner up to go find it.
I can do
Something
that.
like that can be done.
I can do that. I mean, the one veteran that's up in, Idaho Springs, and I found massive mistakes. I mean, he's looking at $1 million back pay if everything goes through. But he called me, and I was actually on leave, and I was driving back from Texas, and that was beginning of May. Because his water pump had gone out, and he lives off the grid and lives off $1,300 a month. Borrowed scaffolding to get the water pump out, and was getting out himself, and it was 300 and some feet down.
See,
But he called me just to vent. While I'm driving, I was able to reach out to the VFW up there and get him set up with a VFW, bought him a $3,000 pump, and he was able to replace himself. But he had been contacting his VSO up there for a week and a half. It's now, what does it say, 23rd of January? And he still hasn't heard back from his VSO. That was May. So, I mean, that's the kind of stuff that's going on. But,
all right, well, let's talk.
okay.
I have one when you're done.
You got a question? There's no form certified.
No, the CVA 26, we signed that early because I
Did it
had
already?
I had to submit my stipend for the last 6 months.
My question is in marketing, how effective is it? What type of marketing are you doing?
Are you talking about for my grant?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's, with the VAG, it's a little different than VTF. I can use 10% of whatever I receive in that grant money for marketing. So if you've seen the tent that the previous VSOs had here, it was really inadequate. It was small. It also had it had the branches, the seals of all the branches of service, except the Navy. It had 2 Army ones on there, so it wasn't right. So I used some of that marketing money to get the new tent, obviously with the new logo and everything on there. So I have that. And then the rest of that money I'll be using for swag, just to get people to the table, because who doesn't love swag? But I mean, everything that's going on here for outreach, I take advantage of it. Airfest, Blues and Brews, you know, whatever's going on, I'm out there. You know, if I'm not out there, putting my face out there, letting know people I'm here, then, you know, people, I always tell people don't know what they don't know. So if I'm not out there engaging with folks and having the conversations, then I'm never gonna get people in the door filing claims.
Kudos.
And then word of mouth is, I honestly believe this word of mouth is the best form of advertising, so, that's why I stake everything on my reputation and getting things done, so.
Very well. Thank you.
Good enough.
Good job.
Any other questions for me? No. I say it all the time, but I appreciate you guys' support.
Thank you, John.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks. We'll say goodbye. You wanna do that or you? Okay. Okay, we'll start off on the elected officials report. Lucas, you hit the sheriff.
All right, Sheriff's report. This is for December. So staffing, no changes. Posse hours donated last year was a total of 5,663 hours. 636 of those hours was on school patrol, 149 hours to the school athletic events, 485 are county patrol. It's where they take one of the posse vehicles and they just start going down roads, and they've got mapped out quadrants, and they try to randomly hit those quadrants of the I think it's maybe 6 zones of the county, and just travel those roads, report back. 404 hours to prisoner transfers, that would be from here down to Fremont, or posting at a hospital if it's over 8 hours. Fremont County takes care of the first 8 hours of prisoner being in a hospital, and we take care of the rest with posse. And then 688 hours to special event security. Budget finished the year under budget for the total. Significant events, 4 deputies responded to a large rock slide at McKenzie Junction. 4 posse members responded to set up safety roadblocks until the state resources could be brought in. And then the deputies set up the county OEM variable message signs to warn motorists. Traffic stops in 2024, 966, 142 tickets issued. The ratio was of those was 15% of the total tickets was tickets, and 85% for warnings. Traffic crashes, 41, 2 had serious injuries, 1 fatality, 58% reduction in crashes from prior year. 21% of crashes were caused by impacting wild animal. 3 crashes suspected alcohol was the reason, and 1 crash was suspected drugs. Technology, all the used Panasonic Toughbook computers have been updated and checked. Each deputy should have a computer and GPS installed in their car by the end of January, which will tremendously increase our effectiveness and reduce the time needed to be spent in the office writing reports. Respectfully, Lloyd Rich Smith, the sheriff. I'd take questions, but I don't know if I could answer any of them. So talk to the sheriff when you see him.
As long as he hasn't, well, you have to if he stops.
Yeah, true. Well, I guess you don't have to. You just give him your ID and proof of insurance and go from there.
All right, let's go with the coroner's report. Brad, you're up. Oops, I'm sorry. Virginia, you were here first. I'm
Well,
sorry.
and she's actually
on the, on it now, I'm sorry. I saw Brad back there and said, let's come on up. Come on up, Virginia.
Morning, lady.
So here's the one for you to sign.
Thank you.
There's one for you to look at. Yours to look at.
Are they different?
I hope
No,
not.
they're exactly the same.
Okay, you want to summarize it, Virginia? What's the beginning balance, ending balance?
I didn't bring my glasses. If you
Oh.
want to say it, you can.
Okay. All right. All right, I'll just summarize it. This is the treasurer's report for 11, November. So general fund balance was, 7,114,846.57 initially, and we ended up at, $6,903,927.01. Total down below, for that month was $9,605,673.90.
And we have no negative balances, thank goodness, in the self-insurance fund.
Yeah, they fixed that
Prop
finally.
that up. Yeah, good,
Made me happy.
makes all of us happy.
Tourism fund, pretty good, pretty large. You got $133,084.68. Okay. Road and Bridge is clicking along at $653,760.37, just for the public note. That's the balance now.
What's the collections holding?
That's
I know
the
I've asked you before.
property taxes that I collect.
Oh,
In the old system, it used to just take it directly to all of the entities. In CIC, there's a line that it takes all the collection to for
it
property.
goes there first.
Mhm,
then gets
and then we
distributed.
distribute it out from there.
I know I'd asked you that before,
Got anything? Paul?
No, so,
how's things going with Lisa? I know she's
Oh,
working with Vernon
excellent.
and
Excellent. She does very, very good job.
Good.
I really like having her on board.
And Jen trained up?
Yep, Jen is just puffing along there. She's doing really good.
do we still have Barbie coming in and helping her out? Or is
Just
that
on the
kind of-
distribution, it's kind of it's a weird thing the way they have it run, so yeah. She came in last month. I don't know if she'll come in this month. She's just not quite sure of herself on that yet.
Okay. It's nice that Barbie is willing to do that for
Yeah.
us. Okay, well, thank you.
You have any concerns? Okay, got a motion.
Oh, yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the monthly treasure report from, actually, this is from 11/1/24 to 11/30/24.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to accept the treasurer's report. Any discussion, questions out here?
Yeah, Jim McMahon,
Go ahead, Jim.
the treasurer's elected,
Yes.
correct? You're an elected official, right? So, but we're gonna train somebody to take your place,
No.
is that correct?
No,
Or what are we doing?
That was her assistant we were talking.
But we're
I have to
training,
have a deputy.
but they're, exactly, but we're looking, are we gonna be trying to find somebody? I don't know how much.
Typically, the deputy runs for office. Typically. Some counties, the treasurer says, I don't want that. So whoever wants to run
So
can
we're
run.
doing a due diligence.
It's
Are
open.
you, are you
Like trying to
confusing the
check.
treasurer and the finance director
No.
position that we're talking about?
No,
Okay,
no.
all right.
I think I don't think it would look good though if we as commissioners picked a deputy treasurer
You
that.
can't pick
And
anybody.
We can't pick
Because
anybody.
we can't
You can't
pick, it's
pick it.
by the
Mhm.
voters that vote for the treasurer.
Exactly. I'm just saying, we're trying to fill the void here because we have nothing to pick from.
I don't.
That's why the
I
deputy
do.
usually runs.
Right, exactly. So we're training up people from the inside to strengthen our community, which is very admirable. And that's a pretty smart thing to do. And I'm hoping we're gonna do that with the commissioner positions, Kelly's position, all of them. If we can get some kind of curriculum established and training some of the younger people here, maybe in the school sometime.
You know, I've been in here a long time, and that's what we've always done. The deputy's always
absolutely.
moved up and ran.
Yeah.
But not all the counties that have.
But it is an open position,
It
and
is
somebody else
open.
out of left field could come along,
Right.
maybe he's a treasurer somewhere else and
But it's
wants
not
to
an
run.
easy office. It's
No.
not something that you can just step into. There's a lot of pieces.
So that's the complexity of all of this.
Yeah.
I just want to get that out on the minutes, because I think that needs to go somewhere. We've got to get the community aware that we need people to be trained up in different elected
Or to look for
spots.
somebody with the experience of
Because
bringing in.
it's just not in the schools anymore. We're raising people that don't have a clue on duty, they don't have any, at least some of the words that, describe your positions and the requirements by law. So, thanks.
Great, thank you. Okay, any other questions? All right, all in favor of approving the treasurer's report? Say aye. Paul?
Aye?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Go ahead and sign that,
I'll
and I'll
give
give it
this
to
to you
Kelly.
right there.
Good job.
There you go.
Thanks for coming down.
Now it's Brad's turn.
Brad.
Now it's Coroner. How you doing?
Gentlemen, good morning.
Good.
What are we doing this morning? Okay, you guys, I assume you got the report I sent in?
Yes, we do.
Just all we have, my name's Brad Baltzley, Custer County Coroner. And I was gonna report to you on our 2024 totals. We had 13 natural deaths, 1 accident, 7 suicides, no homicides, and no undetermineds. So those are our 5 options to categorize in, but our big news is that the suicides are more than double 23's numbers. With 7, in 23 we only had 4. Or 3, we had 3 in 24, yeah. And so we're up to 7 this year. No specific demographic or age or anything to
Can't
tell you
tie
that
it to a trend
you
or-
can't tie it to anything, it's all over the board. Anywhere from 80 years old to 29 was our most recent. So they're kind of all over the board, not really anything I can specify there for you where we should focus to preventative measures, but, and that's a big news for us. We had 21 total deaths, which was up from, last year we had 18. This year we had 21 total that we investigated, not counting any hospice. As you know, we don't have to go out and investigate hospice, but,
Unless the people ask.
yeah, unless somebody's requested our presence, or there's something funny going on. Out of the 21 deaths we investigated this year, I was personally on scene for 21 of them. I batted 1,000 this year. So I was on scene and investigated every one, so. And I think that's all I've got to tell you. The budget, I got a report from finance, and according to the last printout, I finished the year 47,000 and change under our projected budget.
Good.
So
Not doing autopsies helps.
the fewer we do, the more less, yeah, the autopsy prices have increased. We're up to $17.50 a piece now.
That was like, what, 1,500 last year, 1,550?
Yeah, and they've incrementally gone up, but not a lot, but I think our new price in this year is $17.50 each.
Okay.
So,
That's probably something come budget time, we need to kind of project out what they are, or what the price is going to for the new year.
yeah, and they've only went up like $50 each time they've went up, but it's not been, no, I think last year we were paying 16 or 16.50.
Okay.
And so it's only up $100. It's not, they're not going up radically, but a little bit. They're trying to work their way up a little, but we have the budget enough to, foresee our potential of how many autopsies we could have. So I go by the American Medical Standards Association of when to do an autopsy, and it's at my discretion, but we follow that basically. Any traffic deaths, homicides, suicides, gunshots, anything like that goes automatically. Anything work-related, any chance there could be a lawsuit, we need to cover the county's butt and do an autopsy. Have all our ducks in a row. So that's all I got for you guys.
All the equipment working?
Everything's doing great. Have a little battery issues in this kind of weather, but,
Everybody does.
I keep a battery for that fancy cot in the house. And, when we leave, I take one with me from the house that's warm, so.
Just in case.
Yeah, yeah.
How many of these deaths of the 21, how many of them are our citizens and how many of them were outside citizens?
Boy, I would say almost all of them were here. Yeah, I know the recent suicide we had at Thanksgiving came from Colorado Springs. And other than that, do you remember?
We had two.
Two outside? Two outside.
Because the accident was outside, wasn't it?
He lived in Canyon. He worked here.
Okay.
But, and then the suicide recently was out of Springs.
This doesn't include your work with the stuff in Penrose,
No,
which was a big deal.
yeah, we had 190 there,
Yeah.
so,
I have
Yeah.
one question.
yes, sir.
My question would be is, our 29-year-old, what category is it natural?
He suicide.
It was suicide.
Came up and shot himself, yeah.
I just.
Yeah, no, it was a suicide. Yep, and then, the most recent death we had locally was, they flew her out, so it wasn't my call. I didn't have to attend that one, so she made it to the hospital and passed there, so.
And at least one of these suicides was a veteran of ours. So.
Yeah. Yep, and we've worked with Dominic to get some of them, we got one buried in a memorial cemetery, and, they funded some of that, so, we work with those guys to try and get people where they need to be, so.
That's all I have.
Okay,
Anything else?
Thanks, man.
Any
Yeah.
other questions before he leaves? Got a question in the back.
Kurt Gober, just out of curiosity, have you looked into statistically how that suicide rate compares with other rural counties in Colorado, the state, nationally? Do we have an extraordinarily high suicide rate here?
We really don't. It's fairly low based on our population. We're not out of line with anything.
Okay.
It's kind of typical. We're just up from last year, and we made it through almost all of 23, and I got to October, and then I had 3 in a row.
Yeah.
And, people say it's more common around the holidays and things like that, but statistically wise, we're not out of line with anybody else. I will say our latest one was a transgender, and transgender people are a lot higher per capita for suicide than say the rest of us are.
Yeah, nationally.
Yeah, those folks are more prone to that for some reason. So, we had to work through that. There was a little bit of, the family was using a different name than what I had. And we ended up talking with his sister and got that straightened out, that this fellow was transgender and went by a different name. So, but statistically, we're pretty in line with everybody else.
And just a general comment, when all of you ask questions of who's getting the report, it's like you're having a conversation there, and I don't know about the rest of the audience, but I can't.
Can't hear?
Really anything.
Yeah, I was afraid of that. We need to get a microphone.
I couldn't hear a thing Dominic was saying.
It's hard,
Thanks, Brad.
and it's hard to yell at each other at the table here and keep it going that way, so. All right, thanks for making that point, and we'll keep piping up.
I have a question online.
Who's online?
Deb Adams.
Go ahead.
Just wanted, January is always confusing when we talk about, last year. So I just wanted to verify that 3 suicides were in 2023 compared to 7 suicides in 2024.
That's correct.
Because I thought that 7 suicides in 3 weeks for the first year, but that's not the way it is. You're reporting 23 and 24.
That's correct. We had 3 in 23 and 7 in 24 for the whole year.
4 more than 23.
Yes. Yes. But in 23, all 3 of them came in a row in October.
in November. So they all came kind of close to the holidays there. And then in '24, they were spread out all over the year.
Any other questions online? Done. Thank you, Debbie. I've got one question in the room here.
Yeah, Jim McMahon, looking at the master plan for the Justice Center, we weren't really seeing a place for the coroner. And I was a little concerned about that. Is that something that's gonna be
A
implemented?
place, I mean,
Like a
an office?
Pool room, something to take,
That's something to consider when we start to phase up for phase 2.
just seems like that's something that really needs to be looked at, and put maybe on a higher priority.
Yeah.
I mean, that might be something Brad.
Of course,
might
with
wanna
that,
address
there'll be
with-
another office. That's a good point. We need to make sure he has a good office.
Yeah, I mean, that's a
Whether it's
very
that room or
respectful
whether
thing
it's in
to-
one of the other ones that are
Yeah, to be
vacated.
able to respect the community in that
Yeah.
time.
Good, thanks.
One thing I had addressed with Lucas before about our facility, the state does require me to have a locked office facility that is under lock and key, and I'd spoken with him about, we collect medications from the deceased, so, and I hold them in evidence. So I can have a lot of high-powered narcotics and
Sure.
opiates.
You don't have that now?
I do,
Lockbox?
I do.
Okay.
I have my office is always locked,
Yeah.
and my file cabinet is always locked with evidence in it.
Okay.
So I've got two locked forms of protection there, but in the future, if we do have a facility, that's something I can't share an office with other people.
Right.
By state statute, it's for me and my deputies only to have access to, because we do have evidence for
And
homicides or other things, and the drugs.
things that have to remain confidential.
Exactly, and we've got a ton of personal information. It would be, a rough place to lose identity theft kind of thing, So,
Okay.
all righty?
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Yeah, thanks, Brad.
Appreciate it.
Good job.
Yep, thank you, guys.
Have a good day. Later.
Thanks, Brad.
Okay, before we finish now, let's take a quick break, 5 minutes, and then we'll be back. Start the report. That recess. And the next item up is Bob Smith with the HR report. Over to you, Bob.
Okay, I will try to
Speak up.
talk in two directions. So, the open enrollment, annual open enrollment is done. All the data has been submitted to the different carriers. The election changes for employees wanting to make changes to their benefits and the 3% COLA. Those have been, I think they're all done and being submitted or being loaded into the payroll system, and where all the deductions happen.
And all the departments are up to snuff on it now, right?
All the employees we're gonna make changes, have made changes.
Okay.
And then, so Monique, I believe those are done, and then those changes actually get to the employee's paycheck on the 30th of this month. So that'll be in process. We have 4 open workers' compensation claims, 2 auto physical damage claims. So if the commissioners want more data, specific information on those, talk to me. It's really not appropriate to give that in specific things. Monique has started and is already making great impacts. She's pretty much taking over the recruiting and the
Explain
posting.
what is Monique?
Monique Reed, you added that position as a human resources technician position, which has taken a tremendous load off of me for managing the daily operations and responding to employee requests and verifications of employment and all those types of things. So that's been helpful because that is now beginning to free me up to deal with other things that, which I'll talk about here in a minute. So that's going well. Having conversations with CIC about scheduling training on the payroll system, as that's one of the changes that the board has made to separate accounts payable and payroll from one person generally doing both. And so now the accounts payable function is being done by Kristen Cunningham, and she's pretty much on her own now. And now the training will be switched over to Monique to do the payroll, once a month payroll. So I've been working with CTSI to schedule the training for that piece for Monique and for Kristen, as Kristen will be the backup. So we'll always have some redundancy in that process, and then for myself as well.
It's important for everybody to understand, as we've reorganized, and we do have an HR department, HR is responsible for the benefits and the payroll.
Right.
And that's why he's involved with finance from that point of view.
Right, so that has been very good. I think we are beginning to work through some of the outstanding issues that have, and separating those for internal control purposes that the auditors as well as myself identified to fix those things. So that's in process, so that's been very good. They, working with CTSI, sent them a check for the training. It's like 40 hours of training for each of us. So that's good, that's in process. Let's see. I've given you the commissioners copies of Rachel Maxim's proposal. So that's ready for you to look at or take action on it whenever you're ready for that. So one of the things that when I started, it was communicated clearly that of the need to spin up a formal human resources department. And so that has been a lot of focus for me, as well as taking care of outstanding issues when I started. So those two things. So as a result of that, when I started, I began auditing a lot of the standard human resources functions, and such as including but not limited to employee policies, state and federal reporting and employment law compliance, records management and retention, employee communication, compensation practices, benefits administration, recruitment practices, employee onboarding, employee separation policies and practices, workers' compensation processes, employee and department head training, proper position classifications such as exempt, non-exempt, and that kind of stuff. Employee communication and engagement, job descriptions, performance reviews. Just as an example, there's others, but we'll stop there. So
One that is important indeed, I know it's covered in what you think, but it wasn't printed here necessarily, is the exit interviews and exit.
Right. That's the employee exit processes. And because part of that employee exit process is, in addition to exit interviews, is pulling people off of the benefits they elected and getting that communicated to the different vendors and making sure that they're what do you call it, benefits such as PTO, or if they have any sick or vacation still, that's paid out, and all of that's done. And so there's just a series of things that have to happen when an employee leaves, kind of the reverse of when somebody starts. You have to undo what you did when they started. So that's part of that. So I've been auditing those and have the high important ones, I've made changes, of slowly making changes. And trying to take into account that many of this stuff is new to our departments and department heads and employees. So as to avoid shock and try and do stuff, I've been moving somewhat slowly as they begin to, because for the county and the important department heads and everyone, having an HR department and is new, that many of them don't know how to work with or what should be coming my way as opposed to theirs. It's become clear, and I've talked to the board about, and I think the auditors may have mentioned it, but in general, the county departments have developed what I call silo thinking and operations, to where each department has developed their own methodology and thinking and how they act, and which doesn't do well for human resources compliance in many, many ways. So as to begin to transition from that thinking process. So that's been a big part of it. From the results of the things I just talked to you about, I would like to schedule a work session with the board to go over several things, which I'll go over. Is when I started, I had made a request to the board to give me even a bullet point list of those things that were important to you as a board. What is it that you want? Because every department or organization has their own culture when it comes to personnel management, and what is important to you. And I was wanting you to give that to me. With everything going on, that didn't happen a lot. So I wanted to have that discussion in a work session with the board, so we can have that discussion.
Some of it's happened as issues came up.
Exactly. And so, have a discussion so I can get an idea of your goals, objectives, and operational philosophies as it relates to human resources. So I'd like to have that discussion. Also review, I've been in the process of updating the employee handbook, policies and procedures handbook. A rough draft of that I've given to you, and want to schedule a work session where we can sit down and go over that. Those updates include federal and state laws that have come out, revisions to existing laws, recommendations that from our policies or what we don't have that are my recommendations. So it's fairly comprehensive, and so I believe it would be good to sit down and have that work session with you. Also having a discussion regarding employee compensation. Currently, we do not have a formal position classification pay structure, which is not good. The absence of this has led to a subjective or silo practice, with each department head deciding what they want to pay for their positions, and that has led to some consequences of what's called wage compression. What happens is, or internal, another way of looking at it is internal inequity. So we have several positions or employees where someone who is newly hired is making more than someone who has been here longer. And so that tends to lead to problems and or subjective decisions about what someone's going to get paid as opposed to an objective codified practice. So work through all that process and
To include somebody that may be more qualified to fit in a position above it, but that has to be, that has to be clearly communicated, and people need to understand that's why that person was selected, because of
Exactly.
in the department, whatever it is.
And
So
not just
the-
seniority.
Right, it's not just seniority.
Yeah, skills, knowledge, and abilities. I built a position classification pay scale that allows for someone's wage who's coming in to be more, there's a minimum, midpoint, and max. So that person's wage, if need be, can reflect information or knowledge they bring with them, as opposed to coming in someone who's never been in the position for. And so there's a formula or a way to do that. And so I wanted to talk about that with the board, and so we can eventually get to where we have a classification plan structure that we use, as opposed to it's kind of subjective and this is what I think and this is what I like, and that type of pay practice is can lead to legal consequences. So to get around that.
Yeah, government level, there are GS, government service positions and scales. So what Bob's doing in short is making a county CS system for us.
Right.
It's unique to our.
Yes, so I have some recommendations I want to talk about.
Okay.
So I want to also talk about trying to reverse or fix some wage compression issues that the process we have has created. And so basically it's a one-time wage adjustment to specific employees within paid groups who have suffered adversely because of the structure we have.
Or the lack of the structure.
Exactly. As well as I want to have a discussion about exempt and non-exempt pay classifications, and have that discussion. That has been an ongoing issue, and talk about some of that.
Okay.
Big picture of those work sessions I want to have. New employee positions of a new detention officer over for the sheriff's office. Position is currently posted, finance director, DHS caseworker, CSU extension office administrative assistant or 4-H coordinator, veteran services office part-time assistant. And we are in the middle of recruiting another equipment operator. We have a person leaving.
I don't know why.
Yeah, we've got someone leaving, and that actually, the decision on an applicant has been made, and so that will probably be that person, if everything goes through, backgrounds will be coming on in April. That's all I have.
Okay, any questions here?
I have one. Bob, do any of the departments have a personnel review, performance review, or
I have found a performance review form. I have not seen where any employees have had performance reviews. It may be prior to me sometime in the past, but I don't have records of it. The form that I have found, that actually Dave gave me a copy of, is not bad. There's two philosophies, more than that, but most common is the performance review form is the same one is used for all positions, which I disagree with. Because every position is different.
Variances.
There were things that make it unique and valuable to the county is different in the positions. So have always pushed for is to have a performance review that is tailored to the position. And you take into consider what's called competencies, basically the decision-making and those types of things, as opposed to hard skills. It takes into account hard skills and soft skills, and so you build around that. The other time, the question is, do you want to do your performance reviews on the anniversary of when the person goes into the position, or do you want to do it at the end of every year? So those are management philosophy discussions that is part of that we need to have with the board.
That's a good question, because I've done one since I've been here. We had a form when Donna Hobby was here, and I actually did maybe two of them that we did, and it was for the board too.
Mm-hmm.
But because of the turnover of personnel and a lot of other things that have come up, we've never ever formalized it.
It's just a very good
It needs
management
to
tool.
be done, it has to
Yeah.
be done. And I asked Bob when he first got here to start working, we have to implement.
That's in my, because I've put together and have built and building an overall comprehensive, moving forward, things that need to be done, which, and a timeline and kind of details of all of that, which I'm building to present to the board. It's a work in process, that's one of them. And so give that to your board, and maybe at a work session, we can go through that, so we can have the discussion. And like I said, my view is these things are more important. You say, no, we want this to the top, or however you want to do it, so.
It's good.
Mhm.
Any questions
Thank you,
out here? Backwards. He beat you, Jimmy.
Got it. Herb Cover, out of curiosity, Bob, what percentage of employees are exempt versus non-exempt?
Exempt is a very small amount
Yeah,
proportionately.
yeah.
I addressed some of that when I started, but proportionately maybe, so we have just under 100, I'm gonna say maybe 8 or 9 exempt positions. There's one I'm looking at now that's come up, but yeah, it's an ongoing thing.
Yeah, and do you envision, in talking about the salary structure, and midpoints and ranges and things like that, which, you know, I lived in that world for a long time, working for a big corporation, and it really helped for employees to understand where they're at in the context, you know, with peers, and people could talk. We use the Hay point system, and people could talk about where they were at, you know, percentage-wise on this number, and it allowed people to understand where they stood a lot better than just being paid a certain amount and having their supervisor decide whether they should get a little bit or a lot or whatever.
And there's a lot of ambiguity.
Oh, yeah, ambiguity and animosity.
Yes.
When people start, because people talk about salaries a lot more nowadays than they used to.
Correct.
You know, and so even though you may think that everybody keeps that quiet, people know.
Yeah.
And I think it's a good idea that you're trying to fix those things, because they do cause problems.
Yes.
All right, that's really all I was interested in. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Jimmy.
Yeah, Jim McMahon, you were talking about the finance director, you're advertising for that position.
that position, based on the last communication from the board, is to, after your executive session today, as to whether or not you will direct me to go out and post for it with the one association of CPAs, I think it was. So that's ready, I'm ready to pull the trigger on that, or to whatever it is you direct after today.
Yeah, we're having a personnel executive session today.
What was the pay scale for that position?
When it was posted last, it was posted at, memory serves, 80,000 to 125. It may have been 90 to 125,
The
but,
last one was 90.
you know, so, right in there.
Seeing how complex HR is, I mean, that's dumped down into just a redneck plumber. All the items that are being brought up, that is crazy time.
And that's not everything.
And that's not even all.
That's just the big
So
stuff.
as we complicated society with rules and regulations and
Yes, sir.
entitlements and all of whatever it is,
Yes, sir.
It is.
how important is that job? I mean, I'm seeing what HR is doing, and I remember Braden was doing both of them, and he had an assistant. And I'm thinking, that poor kid.
It's, in today's world, it's, without being rude, that can't be done anymore.
No.
Absolutely not.
It just can't be done.
So we're definitely growing. These are growing pains that we're going through. Is that progress being made? I mean, I'm seeing Bob is bringing a whole bunch more power than previous.
Mhm.
So is the finance?
That's the next thing that we're gonna talk about.
Yeah, wait for his report.
Yeah, so that was what I was looking at. Man, if that's that complex, and just talking to a few people that are accountants, they're going, that takes a special person. I mean, there's so much going on. Anyways, thanks for sharing. Bob, thank you too.
One more question in the back here.
Kathy Griffin.
Hi,
Bob, is there any, have volunteers ever been able to help a county?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay,
And we do have volunteers at various places. Oh, I forgot to mention something that I wrote down that's not on here. I gotta bring it up. So, yes, there's two types of volunteers. There's the kind that I think you're talking about, where a citizen who has an interest in something, you know, hey, can I help you with filing or whatever?
right.
Yes, that is in many places, volunteers are, within county and city governments especially, are critical to moving things forward. There is another type of volunteer called statutory volunteer, and those are generally found police, fire, sheriffs, search and rescue, those types of things. So they're non-paid, and they don't get a paycheck, but they receive they're covered under workers' compensation and other types of things, so yes.
So does that currently exist for Custer County, that we implement
yes.
volunteers?
Yes.
Non-paid volunteers?
There are some.
Okay,
I think there is room for departments to make use of more volunteers.
and how would one go about?
Contact me, or if you have.
Buck starts there.
Or if you have a department that is doing something that you have an interest in.
Well, like Dominic, you said that he had a part-time, position,
Yeah,
and
If-
so.
yeah, if there's a
And there's
citizen,
other times
yeah.
that,
either myself or a department head and say, hey, I have an interest in volunteering for you.
okay, so contact, just to make sure I heard you clearly, contact either yourself or the department head.
Yeah, either one of us, because you're
They're
gonna
gonna
talk
come
to
back
them,
to Bob.
and then they're gonna call me.
Okay, great, thank
So,
you.
yeah.
But it's nice to have him know that, let's say somebody wanted to volunteer in the clerk's office doing something, that it would be nice to know what that might be, and if that person, if you really need a volunteer, you can say no.
Sure.
One of the things
Before
that
you get him involved.
I was going to mention, I wrote down, is working along that line, working with public health. Sarah has been contacted. She has a person going to college is interested in an internship with the public health department. So I've had conversations with Sarah. I've set up internships before. So trying to, reaching out to this person and writing up some documents for their school and for the college and things, because generally they do that for credit. And so there's some things that need to be
And
put
it's
in place
important
first.
to know, we're a small county with a small bunch of income. So a lot of volunteers in bigger counties can get paid like a internship, might get paid a couple bucks. In this case, not a lot of that. But it's great to have the help because it enables us to do more for the county and services. And they do, in fact, are treated like a county employee. All volunteers are, because they gotta be covered by the liability that we have.
Right. And wasn't there a program with the school before, a mentoring program with different, I know businesses, I don't know if the county ever, used any of that.
So there's ways to partner with specifically more so high schools.
Right.
To do that, yes, it's something that's been, I don't know about here, but stuff that can be done.
I think
has been
the
done.
Bear Board,
Yeah.
a couple times.
And I've talked to a few people
Extension
about
service.
mentorship and apprenticeship programs through the school, because when they do that, the school picks up their insurance while they're doing mentoring at a company or whatever. So it's under that umbrella, so, and I have that in my action report.
Okay, any other questions?
Bob, I would just push these workshops as a priority when you're ready to do them, so we get this
Yeah,
on the forefront.
absolutely.
Thank you, Bob.
Okay.
I got one quick question.
Okay, make her quick.
Will those workshops, will you record those?
It's, if they get into any employee where we end up talking about a specific employee, most likely not, we wouldn't be able to.
Right.
That's internal business.
So you could talk about the positions, you just
Yeah.
can't label
Right.
with a name.
Or-
I'm just looking at, it
Sure.
would be a very educational tool.
Yeah.
Well, we have this man here, and he's doing such a good job. To archive this information is very vital, because I see what Dominic did, he's a leader. He's the leader of what's going on in the world, because his heart's in it, and he's thinking, and he's educated.
Right.
That's what we need. Thanks.
Thanks. Okay, thank you, Bob.
Can I have one
Yes,
question?
go ahead.
So you said that you had given the personnel policy to these guys. Are you gonna get it to the other elected
Yes.
officials too?
I've given the sheriff's office one, but I have some printed for the other elected
You have to do it
officials.
before we have a
Yeah.
workshop.
Yes, so that if we have any.
It's written, the way I've crafted it is in the front, there's a sheet where all the elected officials sign off on it.
Right, that's what we used to do.
And then the board as well, so that's the intention.
And we probably need to have a workshop with all the elected officials to go over especially that.
That's what we should have. I thought that's what you were.
That's what I'm getting at, is to have a workshop with everybody.
Yeah, have to do. Okay, next up would be you, Lucas.
IT. So we have a new employee with IT, John Mates. He's our IT tech guy. I'm getting established, helping Vernon out. Vernon's basically been without help since Labor Day weekend. So John's been helping us out a lot. Wetmore, we established the Starlink high-speed internet in Wetmore. We've got the library down there, the community center. The sheriff's office has a satellite office down there. So this will help us stay a little bit more in touch with what's going on and have access. We'll put some new routers and some infrastructure down there as well. Public health, we updated their network infrastructure and installed some new equipment for them. We tore things down to bare bones and pulled things apart after our breach that we had back the end of August. So we're getting the network back up and going. Sheriff's Office, the Tyler connection has been mostly resolved and in place.
I don't want to explain what that is.
Tyler connection is what gives the Sheriff's Department, EMS, and the Fire Department all access to, when there's a call out, they have a direct access. It's pinpointing, the address might pull you to here, but the driveway is on the other mile, so getting all that fixed and repaired and giving them access to quicker access and quicker location services for them. There's a whole suite of services behind there to file their reports and do some of that stuff as well. We refurbished the tough books being set up for the Tyler use. There will be one in every officer's vehicle and a few on as backup, if I remember correctly. We replaced some failed tech and a server in the sheriff's office as well. And then we're researching mobile Starlink for SO vehicles, whether it's all of them or whether it's just a few of them, but that'll give them phone access in remote areas that they don't have now. Some places our radios don't even reach, so we've got radio issues as well. So maybe we're gonna try out the mobile Starlink and see if that'll help us out there. New users, so like Paul and others that are coming up, you know, setting up the new commissioner computer and the phone, setting up new users on our CIC software. We're trying to whittle down how many, we've got to go through a VPN now to access CIC, and it's $1,000 per year per VPN. So we're trying to really look at those, who needs access and who doesn't, and whittle that down so we keep our costs down as much as possible on those yearly expenses. New sheriff's office, new users for their computer, and then just Google Workspace and going through everything we kind of have for subscriptions and trying to whittle that down.
Thank you, Vernon.
You're welcome.
Any questions?
There's one online.
One online, who is it?
Hi, this is Stacy Terrell, Custer County Kids Council. Can you hear me?
Gotcha, Stacy, go ahead.
Okay. So to Lucas's point about the CIC access, I chatted with Vernon yesterday, and I know he was talking with you as well, Lucas. In my budget, I am willing at least this year to pay that $900. I do need my own access. So that is something that at least this year I'm willing to include in my budget. But I do need access, and kind of it's been kicked down the road for months. And so I, for 25, am willing to pay that fee this year so that Custer County Kids Council can have our own access to CIC.
Okay.
Sounds like a plan.
Thank you, Stacy.
Okay, anybody else? Online? Good? Okay, let's move forward. Lisa?
So this is Lisa Hamon's report. She's our outsourced accountant. This is dated January 22nd, financial monitoring and assistance activities. Dear Commissioners, I'm writing to provide an update on the recent activities and our planned activities for the coming week as part of our ongoing financial outsource service. I apologize for my tardiness this month. I fell behind with end-of-year activities. I fell behind in the report with end-of-year activities, and I'm working on December information for the county this week. I sent a list of things that need to be done to close the year and prepare for the audit to Vernon last week. We can use this as a checklist through February to make sure the audit is, or the prep for the audit is completed by March sometime. I will work with Vernon to determine the best time to come to the county in February to work on closing out 2024. Current week focus is comparative analytics for the year to identify significant accounting differences to focus on. Number 2, reconciling balance sheet accounts by fund and proposing entries to Vernon for December 31 year-end balances. 3, reconciling fund balance to ensure that it ties to the prior year audit. work with Vernon and the auditor to update capital asset and debt schedules. Kind of all working on a bunch of different things. I'm getting asset lists together so we can do a full asset list for the county that hasn't been done in quite some time. Lisa, Vernon, myself, and any other commissioner, we're gonna sit down with Sam DiNardo this year and go through and put some parameters together on this audit. We need it done by July 17th, so we can have it filed by July 31st. That's the date that we're supposed to file it by. We don't want to extend this year. Extending it just adds cost to us, so we'll do whatever we need to get DiNardo the information this year so that he can start and he can finish it by the July 17th date.
And we got a good step toward that, right?
Yeah.
We're gonna make it.
Yep, Lisa Haman has really helped out Virginia, both Virginia's side of things and the finance side of things, to get things reconciled, get things cleaned up and cleared out from years past. Still working on, we're probably working more on things to go forward, but she's still tracking and still digging into the UMB credit cards. That would be our first goal, is to get those straightened out and what happened all there, and then go back into Kirkpatrick's cards. So,
That's an important point that you just made, Lucas, is that we are looking at clearing all the issues we've had since 2017, how far back, 2014, whatever.
well, yeah, so county credit cards didn't come into play until sometime after COVID.
Right.
So 2020, before then, it was personal cards that were used by either, from what I understand, either the sheriff's department or Don Hobby's personal card. So we're trying to just clean up the county credit cards, trying to cut down as much as possible and have redundancy review on any reimbursements to personal credit cards.
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of come more so to an end. More they're using their department cards. We're trying to use travel cards when we travel outside. So if it gets lost, if it would get stolen, if it would not operate, at least it's a card with very little limit on it. We've got the cards at pretty much very little limit. We bump them up if we have to. If there's a big purchase the sheriff has to make or OEM has to make due to a grant or public health, and then we bump them up for that time period and bump them back down. A lot of work yet still to do in the finance department. It's still a department that has to be, we had HR and finance under one director. And then what we did is we knew we had to separate out HR and finance, but what we had to do is we ended up putting IT and finance together. So we kind of did the same thing over again. So now we need to get those divided out and separated out again so that we can have our three departments. Those three departments support everything else in the county that is done. So
it was sort of natural to put IT in there because CIC is an IT issue.
Right. Well, it's software driven, so.
Software,
yeah. And we're probably, after we get that IT and finance separated, we're probably need to look at when are we gonna do a finance software conversion? Because we're between 2 to 5 years from now, we're probably gonna need to do one. So I'm hoping that maybe with what GSA has done for the treasurer's department, well, not our treasurers, but our assessor, and how that's looking like maybe they're on top of things. Maybe they'll get into the finance business and we can use one software for all three of them, but.
That's the goal.
But currently GSA only does treasurers and assessors, so we'd be looking at two different softwares, and the treasurer and the finance department really need to be combined together. We can make it work right now because we're doing it. Treasurer and assessor are separate software systems. It creates maybe a little more work for the treasurer in the upcoming years. Those not being talking directly to each other, but
That's not unusual in other counties, but it's not desirable. So-
it'd be nice if it was just one system overall, but we, CIC, just the support for the assessor was starting to wane, so we decided to go out to somebody else.
And all the assessors across the state, most of them use that one.
Use something else, so.
Okay. Any
from you
questions
guys?
here? First, Paul, you got
I don't have any.
Jim?
Jim McMahon, so Sam DiNardo has been he's been the auditor for how many years?
Long time. I don't know specifically how many years, but at least a decade.
Too long.
So what is the standard typically on when they?
5
need to-
years.
When they need to rotate out, 5 is like the max?
State law for state is 5 years. The state legislature has not levied anything against the counties, but most counties and what the recommendation from CCI and other organizations is every 5 years. And you finish up the audit at the end of July and you go out for RFP August 1st
RFP.
for a new 5-year contract.
Request for a proposal for a new one.
Right.
And so that's what we decided to do, is to get that in place after this audit.
Yeah.
New audit.
So that's one of the things I hope you guys would look into, I guess, is
That's what
how hard is it gonna be able to find an auditor that will be able to come in and look at this?
So Lisa Hamon looked out for some auditors to do it right now, and most of them were like, we're booked, we have got ourselves booked for the 25-year rate. So they said, but we'd be interested, send us an RFP 1st of August.
Right.
When we finish our other counties' audits
Yeah, so,
and personal audits.
so securing a new auditor, which to me, to do public business, to remove any kind of anything.
Whatever, right?
Well, there's a reason behind it, and I'm not gonna say what it is because people are really sensitive. But I'm just gonna say it's a kind of a practice that takes place to bring integrity to handling the public's money. To me, it's vital. And a new auditor, I think, could be able to, what is that gonna cost? We went from like 12,000, 16,000 when Donna was doing it. And then here came the complexity, and now, what are we spending? What are we spending now?
So what we saw, Jim, and when we discussed this before, is an increase in the latest from Sam was like $70,000.
80,000.
80,000 plus.
That was last year.
And that was, but the normal is around 20 to 30 for an audit.
Yeah, and that's
So
why,
that's what we want to do, and that's what we plan to see, that's what the RFP will yield. We'll see what it is. Lisa has some good suggestions, and we're gonna chase it.
right, so the money that we're spending laterally on people trying to Band-Aid and hold this thing together, seems like what we're doing. Got a huge learning curve. Lisa's coaching, Vern's coming along, he's an IT guy. Now he's taking care of the books. I seen he was in charge of the budget. I mean, that's fascinating that an individual can do all that. But he was here since the inception of CIC, correct? The software for the bookkeeping?
Yes.
It's dumbfounding to me that we couldn't have done this with him earlier, when Braden was in there. And then we promoted him to county manager, and we still didn't have anybody taking care of the books. That is bizarre behavior. Just getting it out there. I appreciate you, Lucas. You are working hard. I know it. Thank you. I appreciate it. Mr. Vogelson, you're definitely gonna be a big player in this because you got some background in it. Long story short, Vern may very well be the finance director is what I'm hearing.
Maybe
Cool.
don't know yet, but
Right. I'm just really wondering.
And Lisa is not going, Redlands Consulting is not going away as far as as long as I am sitting as a commissioner.
Spot audits are
Right,
necessary.
so she's helping hold this, she's the glue that's holding it together.
She's the high level accounting that's helping from treasurer, and we know that in 2 years, we're gonna have a change of treasurer because Virginia has decided not to run again. So we know
Absolutely.
that we're gonna have that. We know we're gonna have a software conversion coming up sometime in the next 2 to 5 years. So we know that we better start preparing for these things. And so with residents being there, doing what she's doing, getting us there, and then doing monthly audits for the board, for the citizens, from that point going forward, and whatever technical service that we may need.
Right.
It's the glue, continuity.
And here again, just getting by the audit, you know what I mean? That's like a D minus, in my opinion. We haven't raised that. Bob has brought such a significant standard to HR. Are we gonna get that? Are we gonna get that in finance sometime soon?
When you keep your eye on it, you'll see, that's exactly the point.
Good, that's kind of what I wanna get on the.
But to go back,
He's turning this into a first-class finance program. Has to be.
and there has to be that communication between the IT and the finance and everything, it's all together, and that may not have happened in the past. That might be where, why it broke down.
Well, we got credit card fever, and that doesn't really work in
Well,
public
fixed now.
business.
Communication, vital.
Anything else? Move on.
Move on.
All right. Next up is human services.
Is this Kevin's?
Yeah, it was, and you can be Vicky.
You're it. Tag.
Not my choice.
Okay, so this is the end of the year report, for the most part. There's a few things, and I'll point them out, which ones aren't by the calendar year.
But before you do that, what happened to Vicky today?
I don't know. It was your day to check on her.
I know.
It's always written.
Well, yeah, but no, she's been doing,
Laura had always done in person, so.
No, it's been written.
we had a written one, but
we need to change probably that too. So
yeah, we need to get a handle.
we can talk about it.
People haven't met Vicky yet, that would have been.
Well, that's true.
Who is Vicky?
New HR, human
DHS.
services.
So Laura Lockhart
Laura
retired.
retired.
So.
And we have, and we might as well say it, we have gotten a very professional replacement. She was formerly with the Fremont County DHS.
And Fremont, and
Vicky
just
White, what's her?
White.
White, yeah, okay, got it.
Just to give some perspective, so
Yeah,
Fremont County's DHS is 104 employees just in that department and a $14 million budget. So, we are under that as a total county budget and under that as a total body
Think about
count
it.
for employees.
So she had more,
Including elected
she had more
officials.
vehicles than we have vehicles.
So we got 10 employees and $4 million.
Yes.
So, but seriously, and she had
should be able to
she had a
handle it.
fleet of vehicles she managed.
Awesome. How did we come up with her? That's good.
She moved up here and wanted to live here.
She lived in Custer, so.
Nice.
Wanted to quit commuting.
Good deal.
Okay, so child welfare out of home placement, 2 for the month of December, for a total of 17 monthly payments and a total of $121,000. And I think that's up from last year, if I remember, what happened last year. This would be SNAP assistance, total dollar amount, and we don't have December's on here yet, but $831,000 and some odd cents for that. Energy outreach, this goes from May 25th through, it's 100% grant funded. It goes from 10/24 to 9/25. None of that money has been spent yet. They're out of a $5,000 allocation. Households served by TFAP, and I don't remember what that stands for, but there was 20 households served in December, 31 individuals served for the month of December. OAP, 100% state funded. there was a total of 302 monthly payments with a total of $98,000. CSBG, 100% grant funded. The total for last year, out of a 65, out of an allocation of 12,500, they used 65% of that at $8,200 was the total. Colorado Works, 71 total payments for last year at $33,000. An aid to needy disabled, this was for 24, 31 monthly payments, or 31 total payments at $7,727. This is all passed through largely from the state and federal resources, but mostly state, through their system, through our local DHS. And then I'd like to have her put on there some of the, can't necessarily talk about the CPS or APS cases, but how many cases we could probably talk about that they deal with on a monthly basis. And then they also facilitate child support payments. So it'd be kind of interesting to see what they, because they process those. Don't need the details, just would like to know on a monthly basis what
they're busy.
Yeah, so that's all I have on that.
Questions?
That's all Vicky has on
I don't
that.
have any
Here's one
questions.
online.
We have one.
Go ahead.
Hey Lucas, it's Stacy again. Sorry. Did Vicky in that report give numbers for 2024 for CCAT, which is the Child Care Assistance Program? That is something that, okay, I'll reach out to her. That's something that the Kids Council has to report on as well. So I'll reach out with her about that.
Right,
Thank you.
Have you met her yet, Stacy?
I did. I met her in December before the holidays briefly, but myself and Lori Yarger have a meeting set up with her in the next week or two.
Okay, good. All right, thank you. Anybody here? Good. You want to be Kevin?
Well, I guess I'm Kevin too.
Kevin too.
What did you do this last week?
Well, I'm not here.
February 2025.
I'm still here. I have to do mine.
Work completed in January. Graded gravel roads, Copper Gulch Road. There was a lot of work that had to be done on that road. CR 264, 265, and 271. Snow removal on routes, and did some grizzling at the pit. Fuel consumption by all the departments was 3,376 gallons last month. And that's all I got.
Yeah.
I know with not having a lot of snow, that really helps out our fuel budget.
So yeah, it has so far, but we need the snow. The other thing I think he was disappointed in was that we didn't get to have any of the gravel that fell down on the highways.
Yeah, that would have
we donated to the state.
Yeah.
That's too bad.
So he has talked to Langston, and it does sound like they're gonna have to do some dynamiting there and
yeah, they have to
break some of that. So it does sound like maybe Langston will work with us to maybe haul out some of that. So we'll see how that goes. I hopefully we can.
And it doesn't have to be Langston, does it?
Well, well, so
because
I don't.
The blasting part can be whoever, but
I
it seems like one of our. That's the other thing I was disappointed in. We've got 4 contractors that have crushers and
right.
A lot of capability that we ought to get into the county. That was part of the deal too.
So we probably need to deal with CDOT's commissioner on how do we get our local contractors to bid when the state puts out an RFP for emergencies and that type of situation.
So I got some of the contacts after chasing this. You definitely got it. Okay. Any questions on road and bridge out there?
No.
Good. Okay,
Guess I'm Dorothy.
you're Dorothy now. You're getting all the fun.
I'll help you with Dorothy a little bit.
Oh, thank you. Current projects tying up the approved, outs regulation changes. Oh, she is in, she's gone today and tomorrow because she's going to the States. Outs regulation, changes that are coming. Sounds like there's many new ones, so it's gonna change ours, or could if we decide to adopt them or adopt our own. Looking further into the new state regulations for energy efficiency that's coming down. Preparing 5 short-term rental applications for hearings in February. Conducting site tours of all 5 SDRs. Reviewing the master plan, updates from the 3 years past due. Reviewing subdivision regulations, last updated 2011, that's past due. Grant project update, one part-time position filled, looking to hire the second position. I've talked to Bob about another solution for that, so he's looking into that. This grant project update, they're scanning all the parcel files have begun. They're working with Schneider to connect the scanned files to Q Public for public viewing. This will help out the real estate agents or anybody that's interested in a property. Working with Geo Permits to create applications online for public use. Working with Auto Agent to set up online payment process. Continuing to address compliance issues. 7 new compliance issues have been added, with 11 more to be investigated before they can be added to the spreadsheet. Of the 172 issues, 15 have been sent to the county attorney. Sending periodic updates to county attorney. Of the 172 issues, 76 have complied and are closed. 5 septic systems have been installed to structures previously out of compliance. Sending renewal notices to all current STRs. Sending renewal notices to all contractors and updating the list. Looking into septic transfer of title process used by other counties. Have received feedback from Pueblo. Our revenue for all permits is down, and use tax is down $155,680 from the previous year. Permits issued during this month of December: 7 septic permits, 3 dwelling permits, 9 non-dwelling permits, for a total of 12 zoning permits. Permits issued year to date, septic permits in 2023 was 134. In 2024, it's 107. Zoning permits for dwellings was 118 in 2023. It's 91 in 2024. Non-dwelling permits in 23 was 187. For 2024, it's 171. And total zoning permits was 305 for 2023 and 262 for 2024. Any questions?
Just to update further on the compliance issues, as Dorothy mentioned, she sent me 15 that had gotten to the point that she'd reached the end. I sent out out of those 15, I sent out letters kind of saying this is your last chance, or we're gonna have to file suit. Deadlines were given of January 1st for some and January 15th for a couple of others. Of those 15, 8 of those have reached some kind of resolution, so a little over half. I have filed 2 suits in county court this week, and we'll file the other 5 by Monday, or on Monday when Dorothy gets back and can sign those. That's just kind of a heads up to you guys that you may start getting complaints from citizens about how the county's making them do things that they don't want to do. And the more that we have to deal with these compliance issues and people are ignoring planning and zoning, the more we're gonna have to do this. And again, the more you're gonna get complaints that
is the government getting into my backyard, literally.
So out of the 8 you filed, how many again? You said?
There's 7 left. There were 15 total, 8 have been resolved.
8 resolved, not 7.
Right.
So there's 7 left. I've filed 2, and there's 5 more
5 to
to
go.
be filed when Dorothy gets back on Monday.
Okay.
So how much, when somebody talks about so out of these 7, and I'm remembering back to the Weld County attorney talking about some of these things, how much interplay should we have when they have an ongoing case going on in county court? What should be our interaction? Because I feel like some of that, we should stay out on that.
It would be helpful to me if you would stay out of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, in the end, we hire a planning and zoning director for a reason, and we trust her to do her job.
Right.
And when she has to make a referral to the county attorney out of I think what was literally hundreds of these issues, it has to get pretty severe before it gets to the point that it gets to me.
Okay.
And I mean, any one of you can't really screw up a case, but it makes
No, we should stay
harder
out, there's
when
no
you
question about it.
Yeah, when you say, well, let me look into that, what you're saying doesn't make sense, I'll make sure and get this resolved for you, and I'm not saying anyone of you can do that.
That can happen earlier if they.
But yeah, I
Not
mean,
now.
again, if it reaches my desk, it's a pretty severe situation, and it's been ignored for quite a long time by the landowner.
Is there anything that she puts out that, just a heads up saying, hey, this is this issue, and that issue, just to know the issue is there?
She sends out at least one and usually more than one letter to the landowner before it gets to me. She has to, it's required, but she has to give them basically a
Fair
cease and
notice.
desist notice.
Would it be
But that's how we
something for
find
us
out.
to know? We find out.
Yeah, when she
Okay.
gives the reports, she can tell us if
Well,
she's doing it.
And she's got all the cases listed
Right.
here.
Yeah, there's
Right.
in your packet, there's a planning and zoning, a 6-page spreadsheet
I'm
that
talking about when it
details.
goes to that level, just to be aware.
Well, that's why they bring it up.
They
yes.
bring it up,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, and then I keep my own spreadsheet of the ones that she sends to me.
That way we can be braced for the phone call.
I think what I found also interesting is the Weld County attorney has told his county commissioners, hey, if you guys are the ones that could do an STR or any of that stuff, he says, any of those applicants that come to you, he says, and talks to you, you need to refer them back to your planning and zoning, or hey,
Sure.
we have a
Yeah.
hearing coming up, we will sit as judges, we can't discuss this individually with you, and we've largely been loose on that. So I found that very interesting, because we are sitting as judges and going, are we going to go with the recommendation of our planning commission? Or are we going to go in the spirit that we want to go in, whatever the case may be? But we've had people in the past that come to me and, hey, this is my case, I'm pleading
What are
my
you gonna
case
do about
before
it?
you
Yeah.
individually, and it's, no, we decide this as a board. So,
Yeah, most of these aren't issues that would come before you because they involve zoning permits
Right.
that we don't
Right.
necessarily approve. But yeah, especially if it's a STR, that's one
That's
we
good.
should not be having conversations.
And they covered those 3 hats real well.
okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dorothy.
You're welcome.
Nice seeing you again.
All right, airport, I'll take that one just for grins, because you proved.
Sure?
Unless you won, though.
I was there yesterday.
Okay, airport board has been working hard, as you all know. Gallons of fuel sold, not a lot because it's cold and nobody wants to fly, 217 gallons. And fuel on hand, we've got 5,000 out there, and by the way, we have the new fuel tank, the Jet A tanks out there now too, and they'll be filling up in sometime soon as the power is finalized. Fuel revenue was $1,138.47. Fuel price is $5.09. We've got it at $5.09 to be competitive, and it's working well. We're still selling it for more than we're paying for it, and we plan to do that always. Filter change due 31 May, no problems there. Filters are on hand. December, they received 2,500 gallons roughly of 100 low lead. It cost $4.88 a gallon. And on the 19th of December, the retail price changed from $5.92 went down to $5.09 because of the cost price, and it allowed us to stay competitive, so that's good news. By the way, Walsenburg has a county airport also down there, and they're very competitive because they subsidize that fuel from the county.
The county.
And so it's hard to keep up with them because that's a big deal. Ours is totally independent of that, and ours is totally a profit-making proposition with us, so that's the good news, when they've been able to keep that price and keep it fairly competitive. On the 19th of November, the Jet A tank was delivered and set in place on its pad. You can see it out there from the highway. Williams Brothers Electric has started work building the breaker box stub and the running wire to the new meter pedestal. We got that lined out with Sangre de Cristo finally. The pump, plumbing, hose reels, and catwalk have been installed. Looks pretty impressive. Hose reel guides and suction float have been ordered. Further progress is on hold with Sangre de Cristo sets until they set the new meter. Required deposit and application have been received. That's good news. Installation will be scheduled. Upgrade, the permit application has been submitted and approved by the Department of Oil and Public Health, or Public Safety on the 1 November. Next step will be for the tank registration form before the tank is filled. Then the tank installation will be installed by Dan Cannell of the Department of Oil and Public Safety. They've emailed him, got me information, so we'll keep him informed. Surveyor Alan Altman, our county surveyor that we use, has started the airport survey. Haven't gotten any documentation, so there's one big survey is complete. Right now there's 3 different surveys of the airport. That's why it's coming together is important. Construction on the game fence. If you drive down the highway, down 96, you'll see the new fence up. That was a $650,000 donation by BOCC Ranch, because they fly a significantly expensive jet aircraft in here, and they don't want an antelope running into the engine or sucked up in the engine or hit by it, causing a lot of damage or killing somebody. So we can't afford that.
And liability.
Liability.
Yeah.
So the game fence is something. They got a quote from Michael Beckhoff on the who's a gate fabricator. They got to get the gates up with an animal height as well, and get those on the gates. He estimated $14,678 for both gates. There's another gate that's in the far south end of it that we are not going to make automatic. That's a subdivision issue that they want to pay for something down there. They can. The subdivision is right next to the airport. What else? They received bids from Jeremy Craig on a local welder to modify 2 gates, and with the new game fence. He's also provided a separate bid for the Silver West Homeowners Association gate that I just mentioned. The all-weather, the aviation, the weather observation system is functional and normal. That's, you see that out there. If you see a red light on it at night, it's not very tall, but the red light's required. 3 windsocks are all in good condition. The weather cam works, and if you care, you can all dial in and go to the website. You can see the weather from your home if you wanted to do that. Get a hold of the airport manager, and he'll give you the phone number and the webcam number. What else we got? John Deere tractor is fully functional, and they've taken lessons from the road and bridge guys on how to keep it going. The snow plow and blade have been installed. Skid steer is fully functional that we've got, and the Yukon courtesy car is going. Everything's up to snuff. Any questions?
No, I'll just add, I had a meeting with the chair and one of the members of the tourism board, met with Brian Anderson, the chair of the airport board, along with Clyde Butler, and we sat there and kind of learned about the airport, our airport, where we were about 5 years ago is about
about the time we were about to start losing our airport, and Brian Anderson and that board have really put a lot of personal time, money, equipment into turning that airport around. So I've got tourism kind of working with them because tourism's got does a lot of marketing. So I've got tourism working with them to update the website that we have for them, correct some information that's wrong. We learned what private pilots use for websites to plan trips, and there's very little information for, or zero information about what's available in Custer County when they land here. And so we're trying, tourism's gonna try to bolster that we're a fly-in community. We have a runway that can take a certain class of jets. We have jet fuel here now, or we will by hopefully April sometime. And what can we do to bolster and make this a good thing for our community? Clyde has also got a repair shop inspection. So he's classified high enough as a mechanic to be an inspector to sign off on mechanical and structural, I think mechanical and structural, but the requirement to certify an airplane. So we have that in our small little community, and there's a shortage of airplane mechanics out there to do that. And he's got a guy that's hired for him as well, but he's having trouble advertising on these places that, yes, we do have this is here in our community. So we can get more flights in. So Colorado is has the highest percentage and highest use of private airplanes in the United States. We average, I think, 300 flights a day, something like that. So pretty phenomenal. So we're just trying to figure out how do we incorporate our little airport, keep it going, keep it manageable, and make it a good thing for all of us. There was another Angel flight that I think went out there the other day. So that's another thing that's a benefit.
That's very important to emphasize, because we have the Jet A, especially because of natural disasters like a fire or a flood. It allows for aircraft that are jet propelled or need jet fuel.
Search and rescue,
as well as fire and rescuing somebody off of Humboldt or off the Crestone Needles and saving a life is important. So it's increased our visibility, and that should be pointed out in the PR with Debbie. And
absolutely
working on it.
And if I may, I went out last night and met at the airport, had a meeting with department head, basically is what I was trying to do. And a little bit about the fence that went up. Well, I think it was, they showed me a picture of a whole herd of deer standing there looking at the fence. And there must have been 30 deer standing there looking at the fence. So the fence is operational, is working. And if you ever see a car that got hit at 30 miles an hour to a deer, imagine what an aircraft would do and the liability that would come in with that. So the fence is working, we just need the gates up and running, and so we got a good thumbs up on the fence.
The other thing that it does too that people don't understand is without the fence, cattle can walk onto that airport. A cow doesn't seem to be bothered when you buzz it to try to get it to move. It just decides to keep eating and look up at you. A deer might run off or not, and you sure don't want to hit one with an airplane. And even worse, when you're tied down out there, outside a fence, a cow or even a deer, elk or whatever.
Do a rub on the wing.
And rub on it and bend up the airplane, cause a lot of damage. So this was quite a gift to the county. That was
at no cost to us, by the way. It's just
saves a lot of liability problems.
Yeah.
Okay, anything, questions? out here, go ahead.
Yeah, Kathy Griffin. Commissioner Kanda, I seem to remember, and my memory isn't always that great, at last month's report meeting, you mentioned that there was a resident that, I believe you said he committed to purchasing 1,000 gallons of the gas that was purchased. And if I
Yes.
remember that correctly, I wonder if some of the gas that was purchased based on anticipating that purchase.
Yeah, the tanks are, absolutely, but that is not for gas, that was for Jet A when it's available. It hasn't been operational yet, so that will occur.
What's that called, jet what?
Jet aviation. There's avgas that's 100 low lead like a car can burn, and then there's the jet fuel, which is diesel fuel. It's but it's a high grade diesel fuel.
So he hasn't purchased it because it's not available yet. That's what
Right.
he
He
said.
says committed. Say get to it. He'll be glad when that is, and then he would be more than happy to keep that purchase going as long as he can get it at the price that we're selling, at a low price that we're giving him the break on, because he did provide the fence.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Herb Cover, just a quick question on the fence. I live out by the airport, so I see it all the time. It's a nice looking fence, and I'm sure it's gonna help out. The budget, the county has spent no money. The budget has been limited completely to the $650,000
Right.
donation.
We haven't spent a dime on it.
Okay, great.
Right.
Actually, we got all the fence posts back. The steel posts that were pulled, we traded, used those as well. So,
Great.
like a gift of 5,000.
So I guess that was our contribution. to
That was
the
our
fence, those
contribution,
fence
was the
posts
fence
that
posts.
rolled up barbed wire, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
Before the fence was put up, would we have 3-strand barbed wire fence, basically
That's all.
surrounding the airport?
Oh, yeah.
And you know, cows and horses can walk through there, just if they're a little smart.
There are holes in it.
Yeah, deer, they don't
They don't,
recognize.
they don't know what a
foot-high
fence is.
No, they just go
Unless
over
it's
the top
high
of
enough.
it, yeah.
Okay, any other questions? All right, let's move on to the landfill. I get to do that one too.
Okay, I'll let you do it.
You got it.
All right, landfill ops are normal. It's attached to 2024 landfill totals. Total landfill budget was $399,030. Landfill brought in $313,887.90 in landfill fees. So a little less than, what is that? About $70,000.
Yeah.
State inspector came by finally, I guess, on the 16th to perform the annual landfill inspection. The compliance inspection was conducted and no violations were observed. That's good news. I have attached a copy of the inspection paperwork, and he's got it in here if anybody wants to see it.
Yep.
It is official.
All right.
We're working on the engineering design and operations plan to address the comments from Jill Parisi. She's the gal that was holding up the landfill. They finally got onto it. He's hoping to have that construction quality assurance report for phase 1 in the area fill next week. Once he gets that and the CQA report, which is the construction quality assurance report, they'll forward that on to Jill, and the landfill is estimated at time of 1 month left of airspace. So if you have any questions, let him know.
That's Brian.
For Brian Lockhart's report. And what else we got here?
Yes,
The final total of the commercial yards annual, let's see what's important here. So this is the quarterly annual report 2024 totals from January on through March, first quarter, second quarter. So look at the annual activity. Number of cars were 9,525, just information's kind of nice to know. Pickups were 3,713, trucks were 107, trash trucks were 924, cubic yards are 23,554, number of bags were 14,979, fees paid were $304,013.90, extra fees were $9,874. Grand total, like I pointed out earlier, was $313,887.90.
So about $86,000 of the difference between total landfill, not including capital improvements, but landfill expense to landfill fees was a difference of 86,000, which came out of the general fund. So from the property tax.
Good news on this too, tourists paid some of that. Coming through.
Yep. Yeah, we just, it's hard. We have a lot of part-time residents that have Oklahoma tags or whatnot, but they're residents here, or we had full-time residents with Texas tags or wherever they've decided to tag their vehicles, so it's kind of hard to go off that as to whether they're tourists or not, because most counties, if you live outside the county, you're gonna pay double the amount of money to dump in a landfill, so we just kind of cross the board and here's what it is, so.
Okay, any questions? Not online? Okay, let's move on and you can play recycles.
All right, thanks to Tim and Steve and all the work they do out there, along with Brian and his crew. Year to date, all materials, 308 bales of all materials produced that got shipped out of here. Cardboard, year to date was 222 bales produced. Mixed paper was 52 bales produced. Aluminum was 23 bales, and steel was 10 bales. Total sales revenue was $29,205. What I've said in other meetings and what I still want to do is do a workshop between Tim Harmon, Steve, and landfill, Brian Lockhart, is to go out of these 308 bales, how much did that actually save us? I imagine we would have been, we'd have been up the creek. We have 1 month left in the last trench that we have. Area fill hasn't been approved. What did this save us? Because right now, most of the budget for Custer County Recycles, other than the $30,000, came out of taxpayers' property taxes. That's what funded that department. So what I want to look at is, what did this save us in landfill operating room and all that, and come up with a number and bring it back to the citizens. So I'll be working on that to bring that back to you guys. Because 308 bales, and we compress a lot more than what we had been compressing before. The TANA is definitely better, and then it's just not here. So our longevity of our landfill here is I think is a good thing. So we'll come up with that evaluation and present it sometime here coming forward. So any questions on that?
Just a comment.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Along with Kathy, we both volunteer out there on recycling, and we do it like yesterday morning. It was probably 5 degrees in that building, and we're out there shoving cardboard into the baler, and it does compress a lot. So, but I would really like to see that number. You're gonna have to figure out a compression difference between the machines running over it out in the trench versus you know, what the baler does, because the baler, we're close to 4,000 pounds per square inch when we compress that cardboard, and it's a lot of cardboard compared to, and the sad thing is, just a general comment, and maybe there's something the county can just help sell what is done out there. I still so often see cardboard in the bin when I take my garbage bag every 2 weeks and I throw it in in the regular garbage bin, so much cardboard is still thrown into that cardboard bin.
Okay.
And if there's anything the county can do to help sell that to the residents, to just, all they gotta do is drive 300 feet over to the left and throw the cardboard there instead of putting it in the garbage bin.
No, thank you for that.
Thanks.
And thank you for volunteering.
Yeah.
It's important too, that there's some things they can't take, and they won't take, and they gotta be able to separate it. That's
Yeah, and residents are getting better at that, but we still find some pretty strange things.
Yeah.
Cardboard wise.
As long as it's not moving.
Yeah, we won't.
Or growing.
We won't share what we found yesterday.
Yeah, moving or growing, huh?
Okay. OEM's up next, and I'll take that.
Yes.
Okay, so the biggest thing, and I won't go through the whole thing, but the real big item that Robin's got is plans for wildfire mitigation and working with the citizens. And I've asked her to put a program together and to get together with our previous OEM that had a process where they were looking at the wildfire prevention issues along the range on the Sangre de Cristos, around the top end of the valley and back around on the wet mountain side, and making that rotation. And actually there's opportunity to actually make some money for the county by working on timber that would be available commercially by contractors that would be competed with to go buy the timber and move it out. So that's the biggest thing. She's got a lot of activities going with grants. She's an expert at the grant process, so she's been working a lot on that, as we know. What else is important here? The forecast here is probably the best thing to talk about. The inventory OEM assets to include radios, labels, and assets have been met. They'll be sending out a radio list for those radios that are going to be deactivated by the department. And the emergency operations plan for Custer County will be the focus of efforts starting April 2025. So, and that's the other thing that is important. She did have what's called a war game in a lot of places. If we had a natural disaster, let's say last one they did was pretending there was a flood, which is kind of unusual here in the valley. There's not a lot of places to flood, but there is a place that comes down and can wipe out all the bridges and the connectivity to the town off of both 69 going north, as well as some of the action down south. So that was an interesting project that we did, and a good thing to do. She's got one planned again, this time it'd be a wildfire. And so she's looking for dates from us. And I guess we ought to have her coordinate that with Caitlin to check our deal. Let's pick a day and that we all three can do it.
You bet.
Because I think the last one you missed, didn't you, Lucas, or was it?
Yeah.
You had a conflict.
Yeah, I had a conflict on that last one.
Okay, it's Colorado Emergency Management Conference is February the 10th through the 13th in Loveland, and she'll be attending that. There'll be no cost lodging for one representative per county for 3 nights. That's what she's planning. Is anything there? Oh, she's looking at one thing we probably ought to talk about. It's mitigation and EM specialist job description needs approved by the BOCC. So she'll be working that, and let's see what we do with that. Anything you, Paul?
Not at all. Not unless it's, do we usually attend, or do we get a briefing on that?
Yes.
Okay.
No, I don't have anything further.
Any questions out there in the world? All right.
OEM?
All right, next and last is CSU's Cooperative Extension Report from Reggie, and what she's got a written report, Lucas.
Yeah. So 4-H enrollment is underway for the next 4-H year. We currently have 78 members and volunteers enrolled. The 4-H State Leadership Conference is this weekend, so she's already left for this. January 25th to 27th is the annual conference in Denver for all state 4-H members.
This includes Monday at the Capitol and time on the floor for 4-H members to be recognized. We'll be taking 2 Custer County 4-H members to the conference this coming weekend, which is this weekend, right? Yeah. Programming the MOU with CCSD. Remind me what that school district. Custer County School District to implement 4-H Healthy Me designed for 4 to 7-year-olds for kindergarten through 2nd grade is completed. We submitted a grant proposal through CSU to the state. Notification of award will be in March. The Gingerbread House Contest, the most favorite outreach program of the year. 125 gingerbread house kits were distributed to Custer County residents through the West Custer County Library. 29 completed entries were returned amongst 5 age categories. Entries were posted to Facebook for voting. Each age group winner received a gift card from a local business. Coffee hour, continuing this weekly program every Thursday morning in the high school. Purpose is to relationship build for retention of our high school kids once they are eligible for FFA, and to also recruit new 4-H members. Custer County Conservation District Weed Board, all cost share reimbursements have been distributed to Custer County residents. We will be attending the annual UAWNC conference February 11th. That's annual Conservation District Weed Board meeting. Youth mental health focused programming, waiting for results for funding from LPMR for the development of after school and summer 4-H programs for Custer County youth. National 4-H speech contest. It was fun to represent Custer County as a judge for the national speech contest in Denver, January 8th through 9. The talent from across the United States was impressive and inspiring. My goal is to have someone from Custer County qualify and compete at nationals within the next 3 years. 4-H coordinator vacancy does not appear will make the hoped for January start date. The position is posted. HR is doing their thing to pre-screen any applicants. I'm covering both mine and the 4-H coordinator's job responsibilities to the best of my ability. This is only kind of the big picture of some of the things she does. Barry Keene with Workforce Housing Board reached out to her for an environmental study for workforce housing lots. So she got him hooked up with some resources that she had there. There's a lot of, and I'm still learning what CSU does. And a CSU guy did do his presentation at our commissioner meeting too. So they do a lot for a lot of organizations, but 4-H is their biggest one. So that's all I got on that.
Your daughter's in 4-H?
No.
Yeah.
Excuse me for interrupting. I am here if you have any questions. Sorry, I had somebody in my office for a few minutes.
Oh, yeah, Reggie.
Hey.
Yes.
Well,
Yeah.
welcome home.
Thank you. Yeah. Sorry, I had.
Did you read that right? We could have had you do it. I didn't know you were out there.
Yeah, no, it's okay. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them if there's anything I can add. Sorry, I only caught the last part of that.
Can you give just a brief description of the little things on the side that you do with CSU and what CSU does for the state and the counties, I guess?
Sure, absolutely. We have really, as far as CSU is concerned, we really have unlimited potential as to what we can do. It's based on the needs of the community. We have a regional health specialist. We have accessible education. We have healthy aging. There are resources, of course, in ag and natural resources that we can use. We have a lot of specialists in different areas, and we in Custer County have benefited from a good number of those in different instances, whether we're using those resources in the school, here in the county for county employees, or for our greater community at large. We have access to all of the research at Colorado State University, and we can tap into that for anything, as you mentioned, Lucas, like we did for Barry with the housing project, and just helping kind of navigate things in the county. And we can use their resources. That's part of the benefit of extension. Does that answer your question?
No, thank you very much for that.
Is there anything that tourism can do with this? Fair board, like
I mean, possibly, I'm leaving it up to Reggie though, and the coordinator.
Thinking what Reggie's got some more resources.
We
Reggie does
we partner with the library on a good number of things. Robin and I have worked together on some things, and we have, the Ambassador Neighborhood Program. We have additional resources that we can utilize for that. So really the benefit is that we have a multitude of resources that we can dial into exactly what the community needs, as long as we're communicating about what those needs are and we have our priorities in order. That's the best way to use our resources.
Mhm.
And
And
4-H
you are-
is, go ahead.
The CSU is funded largely by the state. We do like 25%, something like that, the county does, of
No,
CSU.
it does 18%. And CSU funds the rest. The county does 18, I believe. Yeah. Yep. No.
Any questions?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Reggie. I'm sorry I missed you.
No worries.
Okay, last but not least, we've got the next new business. Is there anybody cold in here? It's getting a little cool.
Can we take a break?
Let's take a break. Let's turn it
5
up.
minutes and I'll
Take
turn it
5,
up.
let's turn business, as soon as Caitlin's ready. Back on. All right, we'll call the meeting back to order. And we'll get into the new business side of things. We've got four issues, not issues, four things to consider. First of all would be the managing commissioner positions. And that means not positions necessarily, it's the departments and the boards that we would be the company vice president, the managing commissioner for. Well, that's the first item. The other one's regional board appointments. We've got that list of boards that would also be under each of the commissioners as well, and reappointing the board as well. And then the county government appointments and the electronic recording technology board grant letter of support.
Is that tongue twister?
That's a tongue twister. Okay, with that, let's go to the managing commissioner positions. So we've got that. Caitlin, you did a good job. Thank you for pulling it together for us. And right now, all departments that we have listed here for that, let me just list them out publicly here. We've got the IT department, landfill, airport, DHS, useful public service, finance, road and bridge, Custer County Kids Council, public health, grounds and maintenance, CSU extension, human resources, recycling, veteran service, Office of Emergency Management, the planning and zoning, and the BOCC admin. These are, some we manage, some we are representing for. For example, we manage directly under the BOCC, would be the planning and zoning, for example, reports directly to the BOCC. Others are, we are the representative for a CSU extension, for example, doesn't work for us, but we supply the resources for that office. Also, we would be point of contact for other departments, elected officials as well. So with that, right now, let's take a look at current. Lee? For 2024, here's the boards we've got right now. So
boards, or do you want to do departments first?
Departments is what I meant. Okay. Managing commissioner. So department-wise, we've got to allocate the ones that Kevin Day had initially, and that would have been naturally assuming maybe that you would step into that role. But let's talk through those and decide where those may better fit. So we got planning and zoning, and that would fall under Paul unless we think that it shouldn't.
That would be fine with me. Depends on what you guys feel.
I'm fine. I'm fine with leaving it too.
Okay.
Okay, copy that, Caitlin. Human services, that's a point of contact. Right? Yes, Vicky. And so we are, you feel up to that one, Paul or Kevin?
I could, unless one of you decided that you'd rather have it.
I'm good with leaving.
I'm good with it.
Okay.
I'll just learn what I need to learn.
Yeah, and that's a good one because it's got money passed through and
right.
Other support. So, all right. Road and bridge, I'm not so sure you should do that.
I don't think I should.
No,
I'd
I
rather
don't
be
think you
voting
should
member.
at all, and I wouldn't mind doing that. I've done it before, and I can continue unless you.
Oh, why don't you take it this year and I'll take it next year?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Copy that.
Did you get that okay?
Okay. CSU extension, Paul?
I would be able to handle that, you bet. And I'd like to do that because it does involve such a variety.
Okay, good with that. CSU, weed board.
I have a lot to learn there. I look forward to it if you, unless you have someone that
Could be a good one for you.
Yes.
Copy?
And I've got all the stuff on that.
Who's who in the canoe?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I got the packet of information from Kevin, so.
All right.
Use of public service.
I was gonna get a definition on that when I seen that, and had a question, what is that?
That was,
Useful public service is, somebody gets, charged with, community service, basically. is what
Okay.
Useful
you
public
can
services,
head and mow the grass.
sweep the streets, whatever.
We have grass, okay.
Pick up the trash at the landfill.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's a good one. They've
Okay.
done that before. Get a blow and go fix the fence.
No, we did fix it. Yeah. Yeah, I could do that. I just wanted a definition on that because it wasn't self-explanatory.
Okay. Before we do me, let's get you.
What did you have? Did you take? You took.
So he's got basically
Yeah, I got
4.
Okay.
He has 4, Paul has 4, Bill has 4.
Okay, I'd like to continue the work in the finance department if you guys are fine with it.
I think you
Let's
should.
get going on that.
We don't want to switch horses now.
No, but we did talk about kind of parallel in there and being in there,
Absolutely,
having a second set of eyes.
absolutely, absolutely.
Did you guys hear that? Okay.
Okay. IT,
What I'd like to do is, since finance, IT, and human resources are kind of our 3 support departments, kind of separate those out amongst the 3 of us. So if Bill, if you take on IT and what that's kind of gonna become in the future, or Paul, but
Paul's already got 4 of them
I'll
already.
take it.
But if you want to separate that out,
We're gonna-
HR is already underhanded.
Right. That's why I kind of wanted to separate, so one commissioner was kind of the spokesperson or the point of contact,
Point
but
of contact for that
we
individual.
really need to, with all the IT issues that are coming up, HR issues that are coming up, I think we need to really, what I see is a workshop of us 3 commissioners dealing with that and going, what's the lowdown? What are your concerns? What's,
Get the input. Yeah.
And I think a citizen emailed us once upon a time and said, I think it'd be good if we did audits on our, and CISA can do that free of charge for our IT department. Hey, here's your vulnerabilities. This is what we're seeing from a national, state level for our attacks. You guys need to maybe make some adjustments here and maybe audit our IT department every 2 years and go, hey, are our policies up to date? Do we have gaps? And HR as well, Bob gets,
Was
might get,
involved with
or our HR
pay
department
scales and all that.
gets down into the weeds and doesn't realize what's flying at us from a state or federal level. So
We can be that avenue.
if we can split that out amongst the 3 of us, I think that would be a good thing, but
Okay.
we kind of already gave Paul 4, and there's 16 of them, right?
Yeah.
Departments,
22,
huh?
22.
22 departments.
Yeah.
Or there's 22 amongst you 3.
And just for discussion, the HR part with the finance that goes with it and a little bit of background in that area, I'd like to take that one if possible.
You want HR?
Yes.
Okay, bye.
Okay.
So then IT goes under Bill, you get HR.
Yeah.
If it's all right with all 3 of you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm. Okay. finish up with
Custer
Lucas.
County Kids Council, since I'm the only one with kids at home.
I think you'd be a great one for that, Lucas.
Maybe that's a bad reason, but.
That and the fair board. Fair board.
I don't want 4 boards like I had this last year.
It gets a little tough.
I'd like to.
Okay.
Okay, I'll do the fair board. What else you got there? Tourism board?
Let's see, so we have 5 boards basically. I'd like to stay on the workforce housing board. I think we're getting somewhere with that. Bill, you probably still want to do airport board?
Yeah, I do, and I'd like to continue the Upper Ark
Upper Arkansas.
And I'm assuming that also means Commissioner Cannon be the airport, manager commissioner as well.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the design
Most of the technical stuff there.
Okay. Now, on you, Lucas.
So who was getting workforce housing? Lucas, are you?
Lucas,
I am,
Lucas.
yeah.
Lucas.
She's putting them up there as we talked about them.
Bill, you gonna keep veteran services?
I'd like to.
Okay. I'd like to run
I'll give it to
parallel
you.
with it,
Sure.
with that,
You know,
yeah, if you don't mind,
No,
because I will be.
but I wanna do it, that's.
I'll stay with recycling.
Okay. And so I'm gonna keep the Custer County, our broadband program,
Tubes.
Action 22.
Action 22. And,
Pretty sure all three of you sit on it.
Yeah, actually, we all three sit on that.
but Action 22, I was the lead on.
Right.
And get bogged down, but all three be there at the same time. Oh, yeah.
So this is broadband.
That's the broadband program between the two towns, us together. Program manager on.
Yep.
Kind of team. Okay,
So are we going to Board of Health Chairman?
I continue or you wanna do it?
I'll do it, if you're okay with that.
Sure.
Public health would be,
You got a good, I mean, it's a nice time to switch because you got, Sarah's taking a hold, you got it set up really good right now. It's ideal.
yeah.
I agree.
So then you took all of Arkansas, correct?
Who do we got
Yeah, upper
left there?
Landfill, BOCC admin, grounds and maintenance, veteran services, and emergency management.
So Veteran Services going back over to Bill.
Yeah.
Emergency management, ground, I'll continue with grounds.
Yeah, you got a good relationship there, I think it'd be good to continue on that.
So I guess emergency management would be Bill's. Kind of even it up. Okay, so we have tourism board. I'll stay with tourism board.
Okay, point of contact.
BOCC admin's on landfill.
Admin
Oh,
and the
landfill,
PIO,
that's right.
landfill.
Paul, you wanna do landfill?
I could.
You could, that'd be good.
I'd like to keep recycling and
Balance it
landfill
out,
separate.
everything.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it needs to be separate.
Yeah, that's no problem. I can do that.
Seems logical that the chair probably should have the BOCC admin. Even though that's not how you did it before, but.
yeah, we didn't do it that way before.
To do what now? Say that again.
It would seem logical that as chair, you should be in charge of the BOCC
Yes.
admin.
Admin,
Yes.
Yeah.
And the PIO.
Yeah.
Yep. And,
What did we miss?
That's it for
Is that it?
departments and boards.
so let's look at, this,
County boards.
yeah,
Regional boards.
regional boards now.
So it probably
Which side
makes
here?
sense
Let's,
if I stay with the Region 15 opiate.
Let's take it up to the top and work down, that way we're not
All right, yeah.
missing. So, the Upper Ark Council of Governments, right now, that was Kevin, you wanna do that?
I did the transition down there, so.
You wanna do it?
Yeah,
I think you should.
Okay.
What was that on?
First one, F, on upper arc, UOCog.
Okay.
Okay. The skid, I don't mind doing that.
Okay,
Relationship with Tracy,
okay,
through her husband right
okay,
now.
all right.
911, that's all three of us, who wants to focus on that?
I think they just put me back in as vice chair, so.
Oh, did they?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I think they did. I had to miss that meeting because we had.
Yeah, I missed it too.
Well, that was
Have this
a good way to
weather.
start off the year.
Oh, yeah, we were up in training,
Yeah.
CCI conference.
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, out of town.
Emergency service,
Isn't it all three of us?
that's,
I thought that was.
Yeah, it was weird on there, because some of them will call for all three and some will only
Yeah,
have two.
it's always just been two.
Okay. That's weird that it's not three of us on that. but-
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah, it's always been two, that's true.
Yeah.
You gonna do it?
Yeah.
All right.
So who's doing it?
Paul and Ben doing it.
Yeah.
Who's not doing it, is that Lucas? Action 22, I'd like to keep on.
22 is
As the lead, but all three of us
right?
can come in and go as we.
Yeah, we parallel.
I am a director on it now. Okay, Colorado Film Commission, that's one that's been pretty quiet.
It has been. Can't get Hollywood to come make a movie.
Yeah. I've been in a few movies.
Might have to
You in-
shoot, what do they call that? I can't remember now.
You gonna do it?
Yeah,
When it-
Okay.
just leave me on there. Someday I might have to make Jerry Draper, but.
I
really don't know who
I
it
don't know who
is.
he is either.
It's a woman, actually.
Oh,
I was gonna
Or
say,
she, is that how she spells it?
thank
Really?
you for correcting my.
I know Drapers, but I didn't know that, well, we don't. Okay, this Front Range Transportation Region, Kevin was doing that. He just started doing that.
Yeah, just last year.
Front Range Street.
So,
What,
So it's,
do we
it's,
have front?
yeah, so there's four, they actually had quite a few of them. There was a meeting today as
Is
well.
that our,
But that's kind of our CDOT.
CDOT comes in and says,
interface.
here's their strategic vision, here's the things they're gonna do.
okay, yeah,
And you bring us in, the other commissioners as.
that'd be fine. I just didn't know the definition. I'll take that over.
Scenic byways, Luke, you wanna keep that?
Yeah. I'll keep it.
Upper Arc, I talked about that already, I wanna do that.
Who's Keith Hood?
Weed management area, you're gonna do that with your weed board there?
You bet.
Might as well be consistent. So Paul's got the Upper Arc Conservative Weed Management Area,
Yeah,
cooperative, I should say.
yeah.
I'll do the
Opioid.
Region 15 opiate.
Okay, Lucas.
Lucas.
Sidewalk project is it gonna ever go?
Yeah, so supposedly that grant that we got to engineer it, there's enough money left to do the project.
Oh, really?
So that's part of the TRP thing, but if you want to tag team that, I'll take the sidewalk
Yeah, you
project
take it.
side of it.
Yeah, let's take,
Alright.
tag that one. Right.
Okay.
Be in the loop.
Steering committee, we got somebody appointed that already.
No, so so what we did last year is we put people down, different people but we need to attend those meetings. We only have one vote, but I've got Caitlin to do this, she's gonna post it on the board that all three of us may be sitting in a room at
Together.
that meeting, but we only have one vote. Each county has one vote.
Right.
But we can,
And we've done it before that.
yeah, I've seen all the rest of the counties do this. They're usually sitting in their commissioner room and they're voicing but they said, from what I've learned and from what I heard at the CCI conference, as long as we have said, yep, all three commissioners are gonna be there, We have one vote on this, and it's this meeting,
Right.
we don't violate sunshine law, so I refer it back over to.
Correct.
Well,
To our
all we
attorney.
have to do is make sure that people know where we're gonna be, and the three of us could be there,
Right.
making a decision.
Right.
And she is gonna put that on all of our boards, all of our,
Should be.
Should be a tag.
Keeps us
veterans coffee, all that is, here's where all three commissioners could be at.
Run into each
some point in
Yes.
time, so hopefully that
Okay.
helps you out a little.
Next one, CTSI Health Pool Representative.
That one's done.
We had to decide that at the beginning.
That's right, so that's
Or at
no
the end
one.
of last
Right.
year.
That's why it's not on there. Okay, this roundtable is Keith Hood, and he will keep that, so it's
Okay.
not an issue.
Okay.
UCOG, Enterprise Zone Rep,
I don't know
That is.
really much about these two,
Enterprise zone.
revolving loan
or
representative.
the Workforce Investment Board, all three of those.
Have you done anything on that?
No.
Charles UCOG
I don't-
revolving loan rep?
So, that zone representative, loan representative, and Workforce Investment Board, maybe we just
So are
Take
these,
a-
maybe
take a
we need to
piece.
find out, because the UCOG usually is a skip,
host or,
the Colorado, Custer County Economic Development Corp gets involved in most of those too, so, but we should have a commissioner. We need to find out more about it.
If you ask Wendy Rust, she used to be on those, she used to be she
oh,
might have been on both of them.
okay.
Wendy,
Wendy, yeah, she
Alright.
can tell you
that's a good idea.
what they do.
Next meeting, you say, let's figure out who it is.
Yeah,
Talk to Wendy. I'll talk to Wendy.
and I'll talk to you, and I'll bring back,
Okay.
hey, what are
Kind
these?
of update.
Maybe we just divide it amongst the three of us,
That'd
Three,
be easy.
three things,
Make
three
that decision
commissioners,
and
so.
just
Compare
announce it
notes.
next meeting. Okay, all three of those. Director ambulance licensure.
Yeah.
Why is that on here? That's nothing,
Yeah, what is,
SCRETAC,
SCRETAC is,
Southern,
I remember what
Figured
it,
out once.
I
It's
did
on our
too.
abbreviations for everything.
Justine Beach.
but we've nominated all those people. Did we get that sent to?
I don't know.
Brandon,
Get that.
You said you were
I
gonna-
voted,
No, I did it last year because there wasn't you, but now there's you.
what, that Justine put
I
out.
don't know what I'm supposed to do for that.
You just have to send them a letter and say this is who the commissioners put in the SCRETAC board.
And,
Brandon Chambers, and that was on that email.
Justine Beach had.
I'll get together with the other side, and we'll just put that list together,
Good idea.
I'll
send
see
it
if-
off to him.
And I'll see if I can find the letter I did last year.
Well, maybe that's where I was getting confused. You were gonna send you the letter and I
Oh,
guess
that
you did to.
Yeah, let me see if I can find it.
Okay, that covers it, I think.
yeah, I think so. I think we got it.
Yeah, everything except for those three, I'm gonna sign.
The three above that?
Okay, good?
Yeah.
I'm good.
Good to know.
The BOC admin was for all three of you.
Yeah, it is, and it,
I just saw it under Commissioner Cannon.
That's because somebody has to be the person, doesn't matter.
Right,
Each one of us takes it to the board if necessary. The board votes on it.
okay.
But the manager is the guy that worries about whether you take leave, what's gonna be gone, performance reviews, that kind of thing. Bring it to the board if it needs a vote. Okay, anything else on that?
Looking good.
All right, let's see what it looks like when she publishes it.
Yeah.
And fix it. Okay, next. Regional board appointments, we got a list of those.
You just did that.
The boards are on here, so we're done with that. And the county government appointments. Right?
yep, that's
Let's go into the electronic technology board grant letter of support.
Still gotta do your,
So the Custer County government appointments for 25
Wait a minute,
are
that was,
BOC Chair Bill Kanda,
we
Vice
did that
Chair, myself, Clerk to the Board Kelly Camper, BOCC Administrative Assistant Caitlin, County Attorney Dan Slater, Road and Bridge Supervisor Vince Cook, Interim Finance Director Vernon Roth, Human Resource Director Robert Smith, Custodian and Grounds and Maintenance is Matthew Carver, Human Services Director Vicki White, Planning and Zoning Director, Code Enforcement Officer and Sanitarian Dorothy Karsten, IT Director Vernon Roth, Emergency Manager Robin Knappy, Veteran Service Officer Dominic Edgington, Landfill Manager Brian Lockhart, Recycling Manager Tim Harmon. PIO is kind of split.
got Caitlin.
OEM does all the emergency stuff. Public Health kind of does their own, and she serves as the BOCC's.
Public Health comes through us.
True. Paper of record, Wet Mountain Tribune. Official posting place is a county building bulletin board and the county website. Official county website is custercounty-co.gov. The depositories are United Business Bank and Colorado Trust.
Colo.
Colo Trust? Yeah, Colo Trust. Okay.
Virginia always corrects that, because it looks like Colorado, but it's Colo Trust.
Well, I sit correct.
Okay. So it's an acronym?
No, it's a name.
It's a name, okay.
Yeah, good with that.
Okay.
All right, now
In
the,
the past, you guys have made a motion
on that?
on all of this.
The whole
As
thing.
you go, usually, so I don't.
I was gonna.
Do we stay with the following changes?
Because we did, some of these, we can do that.
You've just always done that.
Do you want them all as separate, or do you want
Just
Consent.
the list of government.
The government appointment is,
Yeah, this is the only one we added.
okay, I'll entertain a
So,
motion.
wait, before you do that,
Right.
so like when I do my minutes, I'm gonna put managing commissioner, so do you wanna do a blanket?
On that one, I kinda got that they were gonna wait and see.
We still got to
final
clarify
list
a
that
couple
the
things. We got to
printed
finalize.
up at our next meeting, I guess.
We can do that the next meeting. Or, I don't have a problem just approving it like it is, and then add to it, I don't do it.
So I'll make a motion that to approve the managing commissioner positions
As discussed.
as portrayed on our board over here.
Aye.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve managing positions as presented. Any questions, any discussion? Here first.
No,
Out
you
here.
done?
We're good. All right. Four.
Yeah.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Regional board appointments. You want to do that too, or are we making it blanket one?
Well, because of the way that last motion was worded, we gotta do a separate motion.
Okay.
Regional.
I'll make a motion.
That's true.
And county board appointments.
And
We'll
one,
move that.
Because you've got a separate category.
We're gonna do
for
each one of
county
these.
boards,
Right.
regional boards.
Right.
I'll make a motion to approve the regional board appointments
I'll second that.
and the county government.
And-
appointments.
Yeah, let's-
County board appointments.
County board.
Board, go.
Oh, regional and county board.
Correct.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
Just
no, that
You
makes
already
sense.
did the county board.
read.
No, they did the.
They did
You want to restate?
We can do it together. We just did the managing commission. But that was part of what we had on there.
The county board you already did.
Yeah, we did that.
Last week or the week before. The airport board,
Approving the boards, that's true.
yeah, we already did that.
Oh,
That's not, this is
just,
different.
regional boards. Oh, your outside boards.
But they also made decisions as to which commissioners were assigned to which boards. That's the.
So what we're doing is doing that first. That's right. So it's
Right.
part of the managing commissioner's job. So move that. So we're gonna remove that.
So maybe I should word it, I make a motion to approve the regional and county board managing commissioner plans.
Yeah, that's it.
There we go.
Was that your?
Well done.
Yeah,
That's my motion.
Yeah, I'll second that motion.
Okay. Been moved and seconded to approve the managing commissioner board appointments and what was it? Commissioner for the commissioner
Managing commissioner.
as presented. All in favor, Paul,
Aye.
Lucas, Kanda, aye.
Yeah, because you're right, we did appoint the board members to those boards.
Correct. Exited that out.
Now can we continue?
No,
It's the county, yep.
county government.
That's right.
Okay.
So go make, let's hear your motion.
My motion to, let me repeat that. What am I motioning?
County government appointment.
Approving the
Oh,
county
I'm over
government.
here. There we go. All right. All right. The county government appointments. Okay, so I
I'll
make that
second.
motion.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the county government appointments. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Lucas.
Aye.
Paul.
Aye.
Kanda, aye.
I already checked that off this morning.
Okay, that's because we just jumped ahead.
Oh, okay.
Okay, now let's get letter of support discussed. Who's got that?
I was the one that put this on there, so the grant, I think I talked about that last week, that I'm gonna be applying for. I
Yes, you
didn't quite
did.
have it finished up to have it on there today, but I would like a letter of support from you guys, for this grant, and then the application, I'm just waiting on one more letter of support from one of the title companies, and then I'll bring the actual application to you guys next weekend.
And it's for, explain that since you started.
So this is for, when somebody records something, they pay a $3 surcharge. $2 of that goes into a fund at the state that we can apply for grant money out of to use for our recording system. And the grant that I'm gonna apply for, we've got in there to help reimburse us for past money that we've paid for it for 21, 22, 23, 24, and part of 25. And then a new scanner, and then to update, to finish the scanning, to get everything online.
So just bringing everything together.
Okay. Got a motion?
I will make a motion to approve the letter of support for the electronic recording technology board grant.
You want the date on there?
January 23.
23, 21.
Yes, sir.
I second.
It's been moved and seconded to provide the clerk with a letter of support for this,
I just thought the
the electronic recording technology board. Okay, grant. All in favor, say aye. Lucas.
Aye.
Paul.
Aye.
Kanda, aye.
Thank you.
You got the copy, hard copy to sign now?
I don't, did you print one off for them to sign?
They all have the same ones.
They're all the same, but
Yeah.
On the web?
you want a letter, you want a better piece of paper to have it on to go forward than?
It's just printed on plain paper?
Yeah.
I can put it on heavier paper.
Yeah, they're normal, I'll show you.
Yeah. Have your thicker.
Okay, so I'll sign it later. Okay. I'll stop by. Okay, any other items of business?
Just a couple public service announcements. VSO, I just want, if you're a veteran out there, if you're listening, or if you know of a veteran, Dominic's very busy, so, just keep trying to get into his office, keep trying to call him. He will get to you.
Very good at returning.
Yes.
So just keep trying. I just want to put that out there to the citizens. They are, when we were at our VSO, our Veterans Connection thing, they're really trying to do buddy checks because veteran suicides are on the rise statewide. So buddy check, to call and find out, hey, are you there? Are you okay? Do you need anything? So that might eliminate some of that. So just putting that out there. And then recycling, you know, try to, the more material that we have, the more we can offset the cost. So I just want to put that out there as some public service announcements. We do have a meeting next Thursday. It will be here. And then the first week in February, we don't have a meeting, BOCC business meeting. So just want to put those things out there. And then, yes.
Once before when Dominic talked to me, he specifically told me to text him. He said he doesn't check voicemails.
Correct. So yeah, good idea is text, text as well. So yeah, good point. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Just doing a great job.
Okay, any other public comments out here or anything? One online, who is it?
Yep, I have one.
It's Rob Klein, I bet.
Yes, sir. I got a few actually. In regards to what the commissioner said about the VSO guy, he originally told us he would take texts over phone calls, and then he'll get back with us on that.
Yep, you didn't hear in the back, that was brought up and you're 100% right.
Correct.
Okay, no problem. The second thing is on Highway 96, whoever did the contract job on that did a great job. I went by there yesterday. And the third thing is, are we gonna know in general terms or a topic in regards to that personal matter that you're gonna be coming into an executive session?
No, Rob, this is just a personnel issue and we have to keep that confidential. There's nothing that we're gonna vote on coming out of that meeting today.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for asking though, and by the way, that was Langston that did the job. And I pointed that out a couple of meetings ago, they did like 9,000 tons of dirt, rocks, they hauled out of there in 3 days, hard to believe. Yeah. Just came as well as it did. They were loading at one, took them a minute, I guess on the average, a minute and a half per dump truck load for 10 trailer load.
Yeah.
Had a really great job. So thanks for bringing it up. Anybody else? Okay, therefore, we will adjourn this meeting into executive session.
Not adjourning this meeting.
No, we're going
to do that.
Sorry.
we'll recess this meeting and we will go into an executive session to discuss a personnel matter per 24-6 402 paren 4 paren F of the Colorado Revised Statutes.
You need a motion.
I need a motion to do that.
I'll make the motion to go into executive session.
And I'll second that motion.
Okay, all in favor, say aye. Lucas?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
Ken? Aye. It's been a while since I went into it. All right, where's that statement I need?
We're communicating.
What is it?
You're online again.
You're online?
Yeah.
Let's see, where is it? Oops. I should have pulled this up when we were waiting for.
Is it recording?
No, I'm not even gonna put it,
Oh,
I can't put it on the end of the other
Oh, I
one, so
see
it's
what you're
just a 2-minute recording.
okay.
That's why I need a new program.
However you want to do it. Make that clear.
Oops, I should have done this too. Shouldn't I have made a statement in the executive session first before we close?
No, so that, well. no.
Okay, doesn't matter. Okay. Okay, time now is 1:12 PM, March January 23rd, 2025.
Nice, that was lunch.
The executive session has now been concluded. The participants in the executive session were HR Director Bob Smith, Commissioner Lucas Epp, Commissioner Bill Kanda, Commissioner Paul Vogelsong, our Attorney Dan Slater, and our Clerk Kelly Camper. That's all the participants. For the record, if any person who participated in the executive session believes that any substantial discussion or any matters not included in the motion to go into the executive session occurred during the executive session, or that any improper action occurred during the executive session in violation of the open meetings law, I'd ask that you state your concerns for the record. Hearing none?
None.
Then we will continue our session.
Normal session.
Normal session will convene back in the board meeting at 1:13. So we had no items to vote on afterwards, and we can conclude this meeting and adjourn it at 1:13.